Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing? Happy Thursday. Snipe, Mr. Paz, Wilf, Braid, how's it going, everybody? Good to see you guys. We're back with another episode of Adides TV. We crushed it yesterday on live. Aaron crushed it with his breakdowns, as always, educating you guys, getting you prepared, and it's going to be another great day of that. We have a 150K Lucid direct account to give away today. We have live trading with Adidas and Jordan. And then this afternoon, we'll be wrapping it up with a education segment with Jordan as well. So make sure you guys stick around all day. Smash that like. Thanks, Snipe. And Aaron, without further ado, sir, I will leave it to you to get us started.
All right, good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Who we got? Snipe, Mr. Paz, Mr. Wilf, what's up? B Stone, Darren, Tommy B up and killing it. What's up? Good morning, everybody. Hope you guys had a good evening. We'll give everybody a couple minutes here. Good in, Miss Tomika, always a pleasure. RC, good morning. So there's no secret Stranger Things episode last night. So yes, I did log on or look at 8 o'clock to see if there was one, and there was not. So this will just have to take what they gave us. Thought the Duffer Brothers had a secret there for us, but no. So anyway, but tonight, right, college football playoff, and then the Hoosiers play tomorrow night. So yeah, we got some excitement in the evenings. Morning, Omar. All right, here comes everybody. We do have news at 8:30, guys. Should be aware of that. All right. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so starting off on news. All right, at 8:30, we've got our unemployment claims. Now, this is a big deal, right? This is always a big deal. So they're forecasting 213. Now, that would actually be a pop from where we are. Remember, Wall Street considers 3 data points a trend, right? Well, if you look, coming off of these highs on December 11th, we've had 1, 2, 3 lower unemployment prints, right? And look at the forecast. These little lines, whatever color that is, these little lines are the forecast, and this is where it has come in. Okay, so you see they keep overshooting what the actual report is. So they're forecasting 213, right? That would be right there. All right, but they forecasted 216 last time. We came in at 199. Remember that big beat we had last week? So this is a big deal. This is a big report. All right, and that's pretty much it for our day. Now, going into tomorrow's pretty much our largest news event of the week after JOLTS. And that's that non-farm employment change. This is NFP. You'll hear people call it that. That's what it used to be called. And, whoa, hang on. Hang on, I just lost my screen. 1 second, guys. What happened there? Hold on. Okay. I know, you see it there. Okay. That was weird. I think I kicked a wire or something. Okay, so you'll hear people call this NFP, but that's our huge news event for tomorrow, right? And then we've got U of M, Team Up North, consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. So we'll see. Now, this unemployment claims, guys, there's been a shift, and on our Fed Fund futures, and this is what's interesting, because all these inflation prints we get, the inflation print part is important. Yes, absolutely. That affects, kind of that day in the week. But all those inflation prints affect this, and this is what drives our market. Okay, you can see our first rate cut has now been pushed out to June. All right, so going into our meeting at the end of the month, we've got 88.4% chance of a pause, which, anything other than that would be, cats and dogs living together, mass hysteria. But these have been flip-flopping, right? We had our first rate cut pushed out to March, and then it was April. Now it's been pushed out in June, okay? So the first rate cut's pushed out to June. Now, what is interesting about that, and these can all, change obviously as we get more and more data that comes in, but this is what's interesting. We've got one in June, and then you'll see we've got another one in September. Does anybody that follows along know what happens between this April meeting and this June meeting? Anybody want to take a stab at that? Anybody? What happens between that April and that June meeting? Anybody? It's not my birthday. Yeah, new Fed chair. Powell's out. Yep. So Powell's done in May. Okay. So that's trip to Thailand. No, going to Thailand. No. Mm-mm. No. Yeah, Powell's gone. So isn't that interesting that that might be nothing, but it's just, I'm not a firm believer in coincidences. So we'll see. But yeah, so that's been moved out right there. I can't imagine that when the new Fed chair, almost said chair Fed, the new Fed chair comes in and doesn't do a rate cut on the first, that would be something to talk about. Because, the Fed is not a government agency. Everybody knows that, right? They operate independently, right? Tongue in cheek. So we'll see. But what's right in front of us today is we've got those 8:30 unemployment claims. Jeez. Try that again. Unemployment claims at 8:30. Okay. But yeah, definitely wanted to point that out. All right. So, all right. Yeah, immediately being after sworn in, he swears in and drops his 50 basis points. Boom, right off the bat. Just get the ball rolling. All right. Okay. All right. All right, so moving on, let's get to it. Okay. So we've had some developments here, so follow along. All right, so starting off in the VIX, just if I neglect to mention, remember guys, we got news in 5 minutes, so you don't want to get caught by that. All right, so starting off on the VIX. Now we have had some developments here. That's very good, Ed. Right after he gets sworn in. Just happened to have, let me open my briefcase, just happened to have some paperwork here with me. All right, so we're going to zoom out. Are you going to do any rate cuts? It's funny you should ask, because right here, I've got some paperwork with me. All right. Very good. Oh, funny. All right. So let me just do this. I was doing this morning. Let's just do this because we got to change. All right. So zooming out on the VIX. Now this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index, right? This is the inverse leading indicator of our U.S. indices. So yesterday. All right, we've been watching these Friday halfway backs on the weekend. That's what was holding. This was last Monday, sorry. No, it was last Friday, sorry. No, I'm not going to be able to see it until I go, well, here. My gosh, I'm all over the place. Long story short. All right, and I'll zoom in on the 15-minute here in a second. So here's the 4 hour, right? This is the larger time frame. Well, remember from these highs on November 18th to these lows on December 12th, here was our contract rollover. Okay. Here's our contract rollover right here. And we never actually made it up into these resistance levels. But then we fell, we broke our old contract lows and new contract highs, etc. Now the target for that is way down here, 1377. But what we never traded, right? We never traded our pullback right here, right? Remember, this was the holidays all through here, and it was really slow, right? So we've never traded this next measured move inside of this larger pullback. Okay, so that's what we're going to be watching. Now, that is from TradingView. I can almost guarantee you this is going to look different because of your rollover. But we're drawing from the 1890, okay, down here to our lows. I think that's 1590. Yeah. So 1890 to 1590. All right, remember TradingView, you roll it at weird points and stuff. All right, so that's up here. Now, when we zoom in, there we go. All right, here were these halfway backs that we were that we've been working off of, right? Once, twice, and that third time yesterday broke, right? We broke those. So here's the series of longs that is leading us back up into resistance. All right, coming off of these lows. Why do I have the short anchor at the top of the 1118 candle? Let me see. Oh, this great big one up here? Right? Because this broke. Right? That broke. So you could draw, absolutely, you could draw it way down here. Right? You could draw it way down there. Yeah, you totally could if you want to. Yeah, we just need to be aware of what's above us. Right? So this one is what we traded off of, right, coming out of these highs to lows, right? That's the one we traded off of, remember? And then we had this extension short. We had these extension shorts that were holding and then broke. So that's what we were coming off of, right? So that's the one I'm still going to continue to use, all right? Remember that? I don't know if you remember that. This pullback right here. And then that went through a target, and then we had these extensions that were holding until we had our contract rollover. Those extensions broke. All right, so that's what I'm looking at up there. Right, and that's a whole. Yeah, and it might have broke, but that's all that we had to work off of coming out of that. What was that? 08, 10. Yeah, that broke. Absolutely. Absolutely. But that's all we had to work off of coming out of there, right? And then from that, and those pullbacks there. Right. So you could walk, yeah, you could walk that down, absolutely. And if we break this, then we're going to have a different conversation, right? Because what will determine that larger resistance level above us will be when we break longs, right? So we could have 2 or 3 different ones up here, but none of them matter until we would break long setups. It's a good example of, and I'm glad you asked that, because this kind of goes into what we're looking at right now. Is we know this resistance level's above us, right? But we've got to break long setups. Okay, so coming out of these lows, all right, here was our pullback. These were the ones that were holding, traded right to their line in the sand. All right, so we're going to continue to trail these. Whoa, not like that. We're going to continue to trail these up, right? until they would break this long setup. Okay, because these long setups could just continue to hold, continue to hold, continue to hold. And then once we get to resistance, if those longs don't break, then we're still in longs, right? Until we're not anymore. Okay, so same thing if we would break these much bigger ones, then we're going to continue up in longs until the longs break. Right, so that's what we're looking at here going into the morning, is coming out of these lows. This was Sunday night, Monday. This is halfway back on the week. Okay, these are halfway back on the week right here. Traded there, target, same anchor, new high. So you can see we've got room to pull back though, right? And the indices have room to squeeze into a potential resistance level above us. So as we make this pullback, right? Okay, as we make this pullback here, that's indice strength, right? Oh, we had our news. Jeez, that didn't do much. Hang on, let me see what that came in at, or where that came in. Let's see. You guys probably already see it before I do. What the hell day is today? Thursday. It was a beat. Came in at 208. Forecast 213 came in at 208. Oh, and then they revised it. They revised it up to 200, or down to 200. That's crazy. Anyway, so it came in at 208. So it was a beat. Right, we did beat on unemployment claims. Okay, so that's our news for today. That's our news for today. Yeah, I know it's been slow. Yeah, these news events have not really flung us around. All right, we'll see that non-farm payroll tomorrow does. We'll see. So we're watching for this pullback, right? And you can see coming off of these highs, and you see the inverse of this on the indices. Okay, there's a little short from highs that's leading us down into this larger resistance, right? So that's what we can look at, excuse me, going into the morning. All right, are these little shorts leading us down into this support level? And then if we get to this support, right, well, we're definitely have to watch, because the indices could roll over right there as the VIX makes its next leg up. Okay, now depending on how volatile, so 38.2. that we've been front run at this resistance level right there. Okay. So that's what we're looking at going into the morning. All right, that's what we're looking at. So the VIX is in counter trend longs into its next resistance, right? And we're falling back into that next counter trend long right there. Okay. So as this falls, that's as this falls, right, indice strength. If we get down here, or if we get to this profit target, make our next pullback, you would see indice weakness, right? But if we get down here and this holds and we start to lift off, that could be a downside risk event on the indices for sure. Could be, right? Could be. We're not there yet. Okay. Any questions? Morning, Frank. Yeah, you're right, Trip. There is that little short coming off the highs right there. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Beat me to it. All right. You're in baby delivery mode. There you go. All right. How is the little one, Luke? Hopefully doing well. It's not your first rodeo either. I think that's what, number 3 for you? Number 4? Number 3, I think. All right. Okay, everybody good? Okay. All right, moving on. So that's where we are in the VIX. All right, now moving on to our financials. Okay. Morning, Miss Amanda. All right, bank is in longs, right? Our financials are in longs. All right, we've got two different support levels. One is this extension we've been sitting in forever. That's from January 2nd to highs. And then we've got halfway back on the year, right? That's our halfway back on the year right there. And we traded into it again yesterday. So remember, when bank is rising, right, that's a positive environment for the indices. When bank is falling, it's a negative environment. It just acts as headwinds and tailwinds, okay? So if we see bank open up and lift off, that's a big tailwind for the indices. Now, where we are, and this isn't traded, guys, okay, this is just an index. All right, there's our short from highs, and here's our long from lows. All right, so we're pinned right in here. So we'll see which way we head out of this. So you could see a scenario where if we break out of this short, right, and start to lift off, that thing couldn't run forever, right? Same thing down here. If we would break this halfway back on the year, heads up. All right, so we'll see going into the morning, right? We just care, you know, not so much if it gaps up or gaps down, just which direction is it moving. That's all we care about. Which direction are we moving? Okay. All right, so we'll see there now on the ES. Okay, what we're running into, right, halfway back on the year. All right, you'll hear that recurring theme. All right, from our lows on the 2nd to our highs yesterday. All right, we were in this smaller series that broke, and we fell into our halfway back on the year. All right, so what we can watch for as we're moving into the morning, obviously this is our support unless something really dramatic happens. All right, gap fills up at 69.63. Okay, that's the 4 p.m. close of yesterday. All right, here's 10 points away, here's 20 points away. Well, you can see overnight we traded that halfway back on the year, and then we're defending our 20 points right there. All right, leading us in the direction of the fill. All right, here's that VIX short off of highs. Here's that indice long off of lows. All right, right there. So this is that. Okay. So that's leading us higher. So we'll see once we get to the fill. Remember, it's not considered filled, or I should say it's still in play until we fill it during market hours, right? So hopefully, again, Tamika, we don't get a situation where we get up here pre-market and we just stay there, right? And we just hover around that. We don't want that again. That's happened like 3 times in the past like 4 days. All right, but our entries, okay. Nice trip. There you go. Jay Wavy, good morning. All right. So there's our 20 points. So we'll see if we can get a pullback, right? Or even if we get up here, maybe we, overshoot it to the upside and then fill it from down. But we'll see. But if we do get a pullback into our support level down here, right, that could be another entry into the fill. Okay. All right, so that's what we're going to watch for this morning. And then this could just be the start of our next leg higher, right? So it all depends on what the VIX is going to do, right? All depends. That's a long way, right? The VIX falling down into support, that's a long way, right? That's a long way. So remember, the indices are going to move further, faster to the upside or to the down, to the inverse of the VIX. And that's a long way for the VIX to fall. Okay. Tie halfway back on the year. Top anchor is to highs, which on which instrument? You see it? Okay. If you were talking about the ES, yeah, it's just this low of the year. This was on the 2nd on Friday. Just call it lows on Friday to our highs. Yep. Right there. Yep, right there. Okay, so moving on to the NASDAQ, not any different. All right, halfway back in the year. That's Friday's highs to lows, or lows to highs. All right. We were front run a little bit here because the VIX got resistance first. All right, but we're going to watch the same thing coming out of these lows. You see the NASDAQ starting to pick up the pace a little bit here. All right. So let the ES gap fill and the VIX be our guide. All right. If the ES makes a pullback before filling the gap, then we can get another entry, right, in towards the gap fill. All right. So NASDAQ in the same boat. Do I think ES will fill any of those previous unfilled gaps? Eventually, yes, Amanda. And the way we look at those unfilled gaps is if we start trending towards them, we need to pay attention to them. Okay? But they lose their magnetism. If that's a word. I think that's a word. They lose their magnetism once they're not filled that day. But if they start trending towards them, then yeah, right? So eventually the market will clean up its messes. We see that over and over and over. All right, eventually we'll clean up the messes. And they consider, unfilled gaps are messes. Okay? Hopefully that makes it, hopefully that makes sense. All right. Is there a short draw from noon yesterday to the low? Let's see. Yeah, the short from highs. If that's what you're talking about? Yeah, absolutely. This is up here. I probably should have done that. But yeah, this is up here, guys, for sure. Right, for sure. That's up there. This, right, would be equivalent to this. Okay? And which it's kind of whoever gets there first. Or if the VIX gets there first, it doesn't matter where the ES is. Right? It's going to roll over. So yes, that's a good point. There are these shorts above us that we need to pay attention to. Yeah. Same thing. I mean, obviously same thing on the NASDAQ as well. But this NASDAQ short, if we get there first before the VIX gets to support, then, we can just keep creeping higher until the VIX gets to support and bounces, and that's when it will roll over. Okay? But yeah, absolutely. Those shorts are above us. Those shorts are definitely above us. All right. And that would be watching when we get down here. All right. Watching when we get down there. Okay. All right. Moving on to the YM and the NASDAQ. Okay. YM, big surprise, halfway back in the year, falling right back into it. All right. So we're going to watch for the same things here. Now, the easiest way to watch this is to watch bank, right? If bank lifts off, we're going to start to come out of these, and then we can start drawing lows to highs and buying pullbacks on the way up. Okay, if bank opens up and starts to sell off, then you're going to see weakness on the YM and the Russells. All right, definite weakness on the YM and the Russells. All right. So there's not really a whole lot of short setups we could watch to break here. All right. Easiest way, like I said, is just, or I should say the most efficient way, is just to watch bank. Right? There's these little shorts from highs, from this European high, or this European open, leading us down. But we can watch to see if any of these break, but more than anything, just watch bank. Right? But the YM is coming back into halfway back on the year. Right? This is its next measured move. All right. So pretty exciting. That's a pretty exciting deal. All right. Just look at the risk reward on that, right? 50,000, a 50,000 Dow. Isn't that crazy? 50,297 from 49. All right. That's a lot of room. That's a whole lot of points right there. All right. So there's the YM coming into halfway back in the year. Okay, Russells. There we go. A little bit different, right? We've still got these Tuesday, this is the 6th, Tuesday's lows to highs, that it's still holding. Right, it's still holding. And then we've got this extension long that it's already traded from once. Right there. Below us as well. And that's drawn from this high on the 2nd. That's Friday's highs to highs. Now it's halfway back on the year, right, is way down here. There's its halfway back on the year. All right, so you can see that Russell's would have a long way to fall. All right, but we're right back at support. Russell's is right back at support. Now, we do have this little series of shorts leading us down, right? And what we're going to watch, again, just watch bank, right? Let bank open up and get moving. And we'll see if that leads us higher. All right, we'll see if that leads us higher. Okay? So there's the indices, right? There's VIX Bank indices. So any questions? Any questions on those? Oh, hang on one second, guys. All right, wrong pipe. Hang on. Okay, sorry. You guys didn't need to see that. Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. See Amanda and Frank having a little conversation. Man, apparently Frank's going to go visit Amanda today down in Florida. Yeah, Midwest hadn't been terrible. I don't know if you're getting the same thing, but it was like, man, it was like 50 and sunny here yesterday. I don't know what it was like in St. Louis. All right. Winter is a joke. It's 80 degrees. Nice. All right. Any questions, guys? VIX Bank indices before we move on here? Okay. Sorry. All right. Fix that. Okay. Moving on. Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin, there was a development yesterday, right? Our lows of the year to highs of the year broke. All right. Right there, broke. So we've got shorts from highs. So all we're looking at, there was this extension short right here, right, that we've been in forever from the 17th, October 17th. All right, to lows, that broke by $100. Right, that little dip into highs right there. So we're just considering that sloppy. Right, remember, things aren't as technical on the way down as they are on the way up. But then we broke our halfway back on the year. All right, so we're looking at these shorts from highs. All right, this target is way down here at 75,000. All right, remember our ultimate target is 33.5, or between September and October of next year, or of this year, sorry. All right, so if you're looking to enter or add or anything like that, right, it'd be up from these highs on the 5th to our lows. All right, and we'll see. We could just keep falling, right? And we'll just keep, eventually we'll get that pullback, right, to be able to add into that position. Okay? So that's where Bitcoin is, right? We dipped into that by $100 and then broke our long of the year, halfway back in the year. All right, so we'll see these pullbacks here and just start leading us down. All right, crude oil. Okay, this is what we're watching for on crude oil. You heard that ding go off earlier? I don't know if you guys heard my alarm, but we're in these larger short setups, right? And these shorts from October 24th down here to our lows on December 16th, right there, right? So we traded off. This is the pullback now inside of that. All right, and crude oil loves to dip into highs before sell-offs, dip into lows before rallies. It's just a characteristic of the instrument. So what I'm watching for actually right now, okay, see how we dipped into this high? Right there. Morning, Art. Dipped into that high. Okay. We'll see if we get a 1 hour bar to close red, and then we redefend that, and then we're falling, kind of like right there. All right, kind of like right there. All right. So kind of exciting here on crude oil. We'll see. We wait for that 1 hour bar to close red because this could, fall and go right back up. So we'll see. But that's where crude oil's sitting, that entry right there. All right, now if it breaks this, it's just running right back to the top of the range. And we can continue to trade the range. All right. So pretty cool. There's your setup right there. There's your setup right there. And that's got a big, even back to the bottom of this range, that's got a pretty big risk reward. Pretty big risk reward right there. All right. Okay, so there's crude oil. Moving on to gold and silver. Now there were developments here on silver, not on gold so much yet. But gold is making this pullback. Not that. All right, from our lows on December 31st to our highs, we're making this pullback finally. Tamika, you're getting your pullback. Almost. At least it's pulling back. I know you were hoping for that yesterday. All right, so you're getting that pullback there. All right. So we'll see. Now there's a series of shorts leading us down. Right. Just how it works. See, there was our pullback. Right. There's our target. Target hit. Bouncing off the target. So we're going to continue to trail from these highs. Right. So if we break this, then we've confirmed that. And then that confirms these targets. And then we've got our ultimate targets way up there, 47, 45. Okay. So we'll see if these hold, they're going to lead us back down into this support. All right. So there we go. So there's gold. Not a whole lot to do right here at this second, but we'll see if these shorts hold. This is a big deal, right? Because we've traded into the 32 or 38.2. If we break these shorts, that confirms. Okay. If these shorts hold and lead us down, we're making larger pullbacks. All right. Now silver doesn't look pretty. Okay. All right. There was our squeeze right back into all-time highs, and then we broke this long. All right. Defended it, and then it broke. So we're falling back down to the bottom of the range. Okay. And here's the shorts that are leading us down. All right. Short right there. Now we're at that target. We'll see if we fall through this and go into extensions, or if we start this pullback. What's going to be the interesting dynamic right now is that gold's in that long. So if gold holds that long, right, and lifts off, then silver's going to follow. But silver's not in a setup. So isn't that kind of an interesting dynamic? So we'll see. But that's what you're looking at right there. There's your pullback. Right, and we'll see if we fall through these, and then we'd go into extensions, we'd get down here, extensions would break, and then we would change trend. Okay? So there's silver making a pullback. All right, moving on to the dollar real quick. Okay, this is, whoa. Ooh, hang on a second. All right, so see how the dollar's rising? And then we're getting some indice weakness. And we're also getting precious metals weakness. There's that dollar strength coming back. So this is a dollar strength trade. Okay. It traded, didn't it? Wow. So DXY, now this isn't the dollar, it's a bunch of different currencies in an index, right? So the pullback that we were watching is from the 7th, which is yesterday at 2 a.m., okay, to this high right here. DXY is getting kind of jacked up right now because of what the currencies inside of it are doing. So let's not even, I don't even want you guys to pay attention to that. Okay, here's the dollar yen. Okay, this clears everything up. Dollar yen longs, it broke this short, so we're in long setups. All right, right there. Okay, so dollar yen rising, right? Dollar yen rising, dollar strength. Okay, so if these longs continue, dollar strength. All right, headwind against the indices and the precious metals. All right, euro, okay, falling, dollar strength. All right, now the euro is falling back down into the support, but no shorts have broken. All right, so we are in dollar strength trades. Okay, we're absolutely in dollar strength trades. Excuse me. There was that pullback there that was kind of weak. And then we had this little guy that was leading us down this morning, right? So we're falling. I mean, this is absolute dollar strength. So now that we've touched the bottom of this range, right, in this larger short setup, we could start this pullback. If we don't fall right through the bottom of this range, which we could, don't get me wrong, but if we don't, we could start this pullback and we'd have brief dollar weakness before we go back into dollar strength trades. But this is, if this keeps falling, right, that keeps falling, that's straight dollar strength. Okay, headwind for the indices and the precious metals. All right, there's the British pound falling right back into support. So from the 17th, December 17th to our highs on the 23rd, pullback, no target, pullback, no target, pullback, right? So we're right back down here. Fall through these, dollar strength. We lift off, right? Dollar weakness. So you can see we've had all this dollar strength leading us into support levels, but we'll see. We'll see. And if that dollar continues to strengthen, right? That, again, that doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It means it's a big headwind against them, right? It's a big headwind against them. Okay, when we have the big three, which would be the VIX falling, VIX weakness, bank strength, dollar weakness, those are the big three where the indices get these huge bullish runs, right? Well, if we only have two of the three working together, then it makes it, again, it's not going to make the indices go down. It just makes it harder to get a crazy rip your face off rally going. Okay? All right, so that's where we are with everything. Right now, we haven't filled, the gap fill still above us at 69.63. All right, we're inside of those 10 points right now. All right, VIX kind of going sideways. All right. Okay. So there we go, guys. Hopefully that made sense. Hopefully, I know that's a lot, especially if you're relatively new. I know that's a ton, but to digest all that. But what you'll see, and with this mentorship program, I do have to mention that those applications open on Monday. Make sure you check out that website and the video I did. It kind of explains all that. I'm very excited about that. I'm just taking a few people. Because I only have so much time. But go through that application process, and if you think it's something that fits you, then yeah, finish off that application, and I'll be in touch. But those go live on Monday at 9 a.m. But what I was getting at was you'll start to see that everything moves together, everything one big cohesive unit, right? Kind of like I use offense right now. See what I did there, RC? See what I did with that? One big cohesive unit. Check my, it's on my futures channel. As Ed says, I just blast stuff everywhere. It's on my futures channel, on my options channel, and I'll check the pinned messages, and I'm sure I'll send it out again. There's a whole website. They put together a website for it and everything. And I wish I could share the link. Let me see if I can. Well, no, we're getting into 9 o'clock. Maybe I'll do that on noon. But yeah, Amanda, I'll just send it to you. Okay. All right, everybody get any last minute questions? Because we got to turn it over here. Any last minute questions, guys? All right, we're in the clear for news. Right, we're in the clear for news. All right, thanks, JD. All right, Tyler, you got us?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, everybody. Talk to you guys at noon. Have a great morning.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
All right, guys, we will be back here very shortly with Adidas and Jordan. They're going to be trading live with us today. Also, by the way, the GameStock app, I believe, is officially live, and the Stock Dads competition is currently going on. So if you haven't checked that out yet, check out the GameStock app. If you're interested in the link for that, let us know. But I think it was a $10 entry to win a few $100s. So I got to look into that, see where we're at, see who's leading that. Should be interesting. I forgot to remind you guys about that earlier in the week. Just thought about it. But anyway, we'll be right back. We do have a 150K Lucid account to give away today. We got Adidas and Jordan coming on live, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back for live trading for 9:30 a.m. market open. Don't go anywhere.
I got a long few seconds before we tweet about tariffs. I didn't even time to set my stop, dude. I got wrecked.
That's brutal, bro.
Welcome to the DSG FNGP. Gather around, fellas, because it's time to take back control of your houses from those snot-nosed little brats. Today's lesson will be on spanking. When it comes to spanking, you got three options. You have my grandma's favorite, the wooden spoon. Sturdy, has a nice sting to it, works well. Next up, you got my dad's favorite, the leather belt. I like to do that first to put a little fear into the child. Last, but definitely not least, you got the good old classic, bare hand. That's it, let him have it. There it is.
Still got all your NVIDIA shares?
Oh yeah, I'm never paper handing. Dude, that's my entire 401k.
You really don't think AI is a bubble?
In Jensen, we trust.
All right, fellas, it's time for some role play now. Rustin, I'm gonna play your 13-year-old son, who just told your wife that he's effing sick of this BS. Now, how are you gonna handle that?
How am I gonna handle that? You said foul language to a lady?
No, Dad, no!
He's hitting harder than a Jerome rate hike.
Harder than a zero DTE time decay.
Stock Talk for dads. Stock Dads TV.
Lucid Trading, a prop firm where traders' experience is first priority. Prop firms can be confusing. Some have rules that seem unfair, claim to pay, but then deny payouts. Lucid Trading lets you trade on over 8 platforms. Their customer support team answers tickets within 5 minutes on average and are available 7 days a week. And they've paid over $10 million to 8,000 plus traders with 0 denials. Clear path to Lucid Live. Code STOCKDADS.
Most traders are journaling their trades, but barely anyone is actually using that data to improve. TradeZeller's all-new Reports 2.0 completely changes that.
Get access to the world's most powerful trade journaling software with code
What's up, everybody? We are back for live trading. New York getting ready to open here. 2 minutes till market open. Oh, I don't know if I turned my light on today. What's up, Jordan? How you doing, man?
I'm good, boss. How are you guys, man?
How's your week been?
It's been good, man. We're like, what, 4 for 4, 5 for 5 trades?
Heck yeah, man. I'm having a
Picking up.
solid week too. I think it's say Thursday. Yeah, I locked my Trade-O-Fi funded account already today. I've hit max profit 4 days in a row here.
There you go.
It's been nice.
That's how you do it.
That's it, baby. Nasdaq here opening up. Looks like right around where we opened yesterday. This gray line here.
Yeah.
My chart is yesterday's opening print. Moved down overnight that we've sort of then rallied a little bit here. So I'm kind of just going to be watching to see, be keeping an eye on this area, 790 area, and above the overnight open. No more news today, huh? Right?
You have news at, it's like yellow folder.
Okay.
Yeah. Wait, that's a lie. Yeah, we have a yellow folder at 10.
Okay. All right, and we are off.
There we go. Let's see.
The thing I don't like is my VWAP on Trade-O-Vate and Thinkorswim are not lining up.
NQ here looking, bearish.
Yeah, pushing down here. Also, Jordan, by the way, switched up the layout a little bit here where it's like when your charts are up, your camera's a little bit bigger. And when my charts are up, my camera's a little bit bigger, just so people know whose charts they're looking at. So
Okay.
a little bit of a switch up there.
Guys, I'm going to take a snap here, NQ sells.
Okay.
Oh, did I get filled? Oh, I did. Okay. Wait.
The divergence between the indices.
Oh my God.
What happened?
I traded the Russell by accident. I'm like, where's my
Today, right now, you did?
Yeah.
Oh no, the Russell's pumping too. And that's what I was just saying. The divergence between the Russell, the Dow, the YM, or not the Dow, the Nasdaq. Yes, all different. YM and the Russell both pumping. ES is trying to hang on here, but Nasdaq with an uglier sell bar. Did you end up getting in the Nasdaq sells, or did you skip because of the Russell?
I mean, if you took it, stops would be at 79. I actually accidentally ended up taking like RTY.
Okay, so did you just go flat then?
Yeah, I went flat there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still looking to see if it's something though. Checking a bit from this fair value. Really? Well, if you did end up taking the hit yourself, we are bleeding.
Looks like I lost your camera, Jordan. I just was typing it. Oh, you're good. If you yeah. Looks like it maybe is it's a signal issue. It looks like.
Oh my god, thank you.
Oh, it's still dropping. I have support down here on NQ at 25,676.75. Then below that, 25,636.
We're bouncing here at 705.
A little bit of a head and shoulders here on the 15-minute.
Let's see if we can lose.
Overnight, we rejected that Tuesday high. You can see how well we held the level down here at 25,676.75 in the overnight session. Sold off right to it. A strong bounce. Looks like we're heading back there. We shall see.
Let's see. Lose his level here. Let's see if we can clear. Trying to think how wide would stops be. Be too bad.
Bank very strong here. VIX trying to reject. I don't know. Got a mixed bag going today.
I want to see if we kind of lose 687. Stop.
We do have a
Actually,
Lucid 150K account giveaway today. I don't know. The VIX breaking down here. Bank strong. And ES is trying. ES is back at its opening print.
Yankees definitely looking weak. Let's see.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. It's showing some relative weakness right now.
Gold looking like it's trying to bounce.
I'm actually kind of interested in ES back over 69.58.
Which one? This is like it might be putting in a lower high. Let's see if this clears. We can clear this level here, guys. Let's see. Not die too much. Where it messes up this risk to reward. Shorts won't be bad. Let's see.
It's an ugly open here for the NASDAQ.
Guys, I am eyeing NQ sales. Let's see. Looking at 2. See what happens.
Yeah, R2Y sending it.
That bounce? Oh no, it
This is right around the area we held in the overnight session.
didn't. They're sitting at that level here at 687.
Look at some individual names. This divergence.
Oh, looking. How about? Still looking the same trade. Let's see if it closes. Okay. I'm looking at NQ sells here too. All right, I'm in. Taking NQ sells here.
Okay, okay.
Stop is at 714.
What's your fill on the NQ cells?
It was at I guess 671. Broke down this level. Stop is gonna be right here at 715. Bouncing a little. So we come back down.
I don't want to inverse you here, but the counter trend long off the level is looking at me.
Dude, you got it.
I'm just gonna stay patient on it. I'd like to see like the 2-minute at least try to flip where we would rally off the level, maybe pull back, put in some sort of potential higher low. So I'm gonna be waiting on this one still. It also wouldn't shock me to see us break down here to 25,636 at all.
Playing around here, I think it like this.
Looks like Adidas is in the Discord.
Adidas?
Yeah, let me see if I can.
All right, moving down here. Let's see. Quantity, don't need to bounce.
This might be something we hold all day. I mean, if it doesn't stop us out, of course. Beautiful.
Oh my God! Stops at break even. Whoa! I'm out.
All right, guys, taking a trim here.
I got right to my target.
Let's go.
Damn.
60 points.
Let's go. Good stuff. You.
Yeah. Sheesh.
You're flat. You took it all.
I just took it all off.
Let's go.
I was too fast.
I just opened Discord. It looks like Adidas has been in some shorts from near the open here. It looks like.
With a point away from my target.
Take one more trim off here, guys. I got 2 more runners. I'm gonna trail.
And we bounced so fast. That was fast.
I'm gonna trail 1 from 72. And
About a 40 pointer. Not 40 pointer, 30, 35.
So let's see what we can get.
Ended up taking him out 255 on that.
Hey, good stuff.
It's going right to target now.
Appreciate it, guys.
Oh, okay, that's 50 points.
I want one more. If we can retrace back up here, let's see.
Target hit there, 50 pointer.
You know what? I'm gonna make.
Sorry, guy, that was fast.
At 80 instead of the 72.
Couldn't even react. Took it all off.
See if we can get 100 points here.
Oh, I might bleed here now.
I don't know. Adidas probably doesn't know he's Yeah, I'm gonna get him here.
Hopefully y'all caught that.
I wonder why he didn't.
Unfortunately,
He didn't try hopping on.
Maybe he forgot. I'm
Yeah.
sure. I remember last time we were doing like we ran it through Discord.
This thing could keep going.
Yeah. But he definitely came on the control room backstage because we were like able to communicate with him.
Oh, okay.
I might be able to add myself to this stage though. We got him in Discord here. Have you been able to hear him?
Am I able to hear him?
Like once I started watching his Discord, did you hear him at all or no?
No, I didn't.
Okay. NQ with a nice breakdown here, all the way down to 25,600 here.
Good little flush.
This is my
Guys, this is a
last
huge
support level for a while
We
here.
got 40 right here. If we don't hold this, we're going
I need like a
straight down to.
retest.
See how ugly she wants to get today, Russell and the Dow still holding up pretty well.
Bouncing here from 616.
Still interested in longs from around this area if the 2 minute starts to try and give us a flip.
Yeah. So you are kind of like a reversal trader?
Yeah. I don't mind trying to catch a reversal.
Mm-hmm.
I'd sometimes.
Yeah.
But basically what I'm looking at here is like NQ sold off this much. VIX is not moving higher. It's actually trying to break lower right now. Bank is strong. RTY is strong. The Dow is strong. ES has had a little bit of relative strength. And we have this kind of this set of 3 lower support levels here where we're bouncing on this lower one. Nice bounce already. So if this 2 minute trend would start to try to flip, if we would kind of pull back and give us a potential higher low, I think it could potentially be a little bit of a failure to go lower today and see a nice strong rally, but we'll see. We shall see. YM pushing new highs here. RTY about to.
Looking at gold here, looking super juicy.
Yeah, yes, already back above the opening print on that bounce. Pretty crazy bounce here.
Stops. Guys, I am eyeing gold longs. I gotta fill. Hold on. Can I change my chart fast enough? Okay, nothing. I am eyeing gold a little bit, but I'm not sure if we're getting the stuff I want. Might be kind of hanging near VWAP. Do kind of pop above this candle's high. Got about a couple of minutes. Look at like 2 contracts of gold.
I like it. I like it.
Looks like this thing's trying to flip.
Yeah.
If it flips, guys, and breaks that candle's high.
Look at some SPY.
no trade on gold. Is NQ putting a lower high? Right now, look at gold, bastard.
NQ has not put it lower.
Look like it is.
2 minute. Yeah. So this is if the 2 minute would start to trigger a what would be, I would call it a potential higher low. If we don't make a new low here and put in some sort of hammer that triggers.
They just put in lower high here at 672. I guess next leg down. That's what I'm seeing. I just want to see it be clear. Got like 2 levels. One at like 623, 616. I'm about $300 today. Nothing crazy. Or 255. It keep looking like it's trying to give it up.
Still not in anything, just watching here. Starting to look at some SPY calls potentially with the tomorrow expiration. Just taking a look at what strike I might want to do.
Balancing higher than 616.
Damn it.
Gold is looking like it wants to make a move. I'm just not convinced that it's going to hold.
Just tried some SPY calls, 690 calls. I actually did today expiration at 70.
There stops. I only call NQ. I see. If gold can get away from his VWAP, I'm still like liking the setup. It's just like give it a little little breathing room. I'm still looking at gold longs potentially.
I'm in SPY 690 strike calls. Break this area at 689.05 on SPY. I like its potential for a move higher. See here, see if the NASDAQ can find some buying. Quit dragging us down.
Yeah, Q's still kind of
Mm-hmm.
pulling in some more highs here.
Definitely the concern. Contracts down about 7% right now, $4 or $5.
These Amazon calls right here moving nice. Yeah, NQ looking like it's.
Mm-hmm. Q looking like it wants NQ looking like it wants to make new lows. We'll see here. Your boy would prefer it gave us a little 2-minute double bottom instead. SPY's trying for his here. I like the 2-minute here, back above OP. Considering adding one more.
I'll be right back, guys. Some question.
You're good. Come on, baby. Let's get over this OP here. Let's give it a hold. That's not what we wanted to say.
Q is breaking down.
Yeah, NQ making new lows here. I got my finger on the trigger. The level here in ES at 6946.75. Give that up. I'll close. Did we fill a gap? So we got 2 points away. 1.25 points away from filling the gap. Okay. Which I think that might be considered filled.
Yes, thanks, Flash. Oh yeah, it's dying.
Thank you. You are being a real biatch.
Yeah, it's leading.
Saw some. Yeah, Nvidia's getting cooked. That makes sense. I think China just announced a halt on Chinese companies buying Nvidia chips.
Oh,
I
seriously?
think I saw that yesterday. Yeah. Double check.
Definitely.
So it says China reportedly moves to pause NVIDIA H200 orders. NVIDIA, the U.S. government, and China can't seem to get on the same page about NVIDIA's chips. The U.S. says seesawed on foreign chip policy, finally allowing H200 sales to China. Despite severe consternation from policy experts, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said that this week that Chinese customer demands for H200s is high, quite high, and the company has fired up our supply chain accordingly. But now Beijing is reportedly asking Chinese tech companies to stop shopping. The information is saying two people familiar with the matter. So it looks like it asked some tech companies to stop, to temporarily halt plans to buy NVIDIA's H200 AI chips. Pause intended to discourage a last-minute U.S. chip buying spree as Beijing officials decide whether and under what conditions they'll allow access. Still hands off on gold.
Yeah, gold's not doing anything. I wanted to get away from Bebop.
It's just it's sitting there.
Like to.
I feel like gold has two behaviors: either like the craziest trends or the tightest chop.
Oh my gosh! Literally. What?
Still holding the SPY. A level on SPY's at 687.93. On ES is at 6946.75. See, trying to hold it for now. Back at VWAP. Need NASDAQ to quit dragging us down. All right, we like that. We like that. I added one more at one point, so my average fill is now at 0.67. And with that push, we're now in profit. They're up at 0.73. Up about 9% a contract here, or 9% on the contracts, I should say. Let's see here, back at the highs. Can we actually break them this time? The VIX is breaking the new lows. I like that. YM and RTY have continued to hold up. Just need to see the NASDAQ quit dying.
Good old NASDAQ.
Do not reject this again. Do not. Come on. Give me more.
More!
Give me
More!
more.
More!
Definitely trying to hold for a little bit of a bigger move here. Not real interested in 10%. So. Above this 69.58 here on ES, if we can break out of it. I mean, I have room all the way up to 7,000. And on yesterday's high. Will she do it? I don't know, but if she does, these cons would be sitting pretty nice. Pretty nice. You know what I'm saying? Pretty nice. Pretty nice. Very much. Oh, he left. I was about to ask a question. You ever watch Curb, Jordan?
Curb? What's that?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
No, I haven't actually.
Oh man, Larry David. Kind of like a little bit more, kind of similar style of Seinfeld, but on HBO,
Okay.
so a little bit more.
HBO?
Yeah.
Last time I was watching HBO was when I was watching The Penguin. That was my show.
Okay. I've never seen that.
That one was good. I'm really into like superheroes.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, my son's really into like Marvel stuff, and he's like just getting old enough where he's like he can watch like the real Spider-Man and Marvel movies, and so I've been getting into them.
Never go wrong. They come back out with new Avengers soon. Well, not soon. It's December next year, but
Nice push on the SPY here. Cons up about 50%. They're at $1 now from they're at $1 from 67, so not 50%. That's weird. It says a 50% return, but that's like 30-some%, right? I'm up 30, yeah. I don't know what that Robinhood, the math ain't really mathing to me here, but we'll see. So the target here, guys, this would be the next level. We got, we had this rejection yesterday, sell off. All these hourly bars close red. So I used the hourly pivot. So my target is really up here at 693.66. So these contracts would go $3.50 into the money if we were to get there. I'm holding 5 of them. We lost your cam signal again, Jordan.
Yeah. I'm gonna turn the air on in my room.
You're good. I just didn't know if you knew or not.
Honestly, might be gold a nice little move. Just didn't like that initial bounce, but
Is it starting to move now?
yeah.
Let's pump it, baby. Let's just pump it all. Pump the SPY, pump the gold. To the moon, baby.
To take me to the moon.
You got a voice? I feel like you could have a voice. I could see you like with a
Who, me?
little R&B singing
R&B
ability.
action, R&B vibes.
You got it like that? You got it like that?
You never know, man.
Yeah.
You know, when I was embarrass anybody, you know. Back in my heyday, you know, I was talented.
He's like, bro, you put a karaoke mic in my hand.
You know.
You never
I'm
know
golden.
what you're gonna get.
I'm golden. Gold looking nice.
First stream of the new year for you, right? How was how was your holidays, New Year's? Everything good? You were in Atlanta, right?
Good, man. Everything was good, man. Just taking everything day by day, chillaxing a little bit. Nothing crazy. So we are valid like so.
We have 3 minutes to the 15-minute close here. It's really nice 5-minute close. 15-minute failure to go lower looks pretty good. NQ has rallied back now as well. Looks like it's getting ready to head into VWAP here pretty soon. Kind of making higher highs on the 2 minute, a higher high on the 2 minute for the first time. This looks pretty solid. We shall see. RTY just made new highs. Just gotta make sure. Gotta keep Trump off of Twitter for a little bit.
Don't say anything. But guys, you think for me, that's probably gonna be it. Call it here.
Word, man, word. Well, thanks for coming on, hang out. You're coming back this afternoon, right?
Yes, sir, Ski. I'll be back at 1 o'clock.
All right, man. Sounds good. We'll see you then.
All right, man. See you guys.
Peace out. Tomika. Let's go, baby. Come on. I'm going to continue hanging out, holding the SPY. I don't know here. Vic's trying to see a little support. I don't actually have VIX marked up right now. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, little ES gap fill profit taking. Okay. So that's so you're telling me a little pause bar on our way to the moon, right, Tamika? A little pause bar after a little gap fill profit taking. Collins sitting at 0.87 right now, so up $20 a contract. Took these on my Robinhood. That's why you don't see, it's not marked that I'm in, but I am in on Robinhood on the phone here, as you can see. These bad boys are about 30 cents out to get into the money here. So this is the contract chart, right? And our target is up around here. So, you know, dream world, if this, if the market starts to trend here pretty strongly, obviously we'd have to trend pretty strongly. You know, maybe we get these things up to, I don't know, $2.50, $3. We'll see. That would be sick. Definitely aiming for a bit of a bigger move. I like the 5-minute 3-bar there. 15-minute close strong. We got 15 minutes on the first hourly bar. If we can stay strong here, it would be a nice hourly green hammer. RTY and YM have no chill. VIX still at the lows. Bank has no chill. I mean, it's just ripping Ripper Magooski. So, I mean, I think the opportunity's there for us to trend. Will we do it? I don't know. I just don't know. You in? Are you in some either ES or SPY longs as well, Tamika? I'd like these to go. I'd like these to go in the money, right? We just tagged 690 to the tick on the SPY. I'd like to see us go, you know, another 50 cents to $1 on the SPY before I maybe take a trim. Our entry was just a bit early here. We'd already held the lower level, came back to the open, little rejection, pull back to VWAP, and my entry was on this 2-minute buy trigger right here. And technically speaking, like you could, like I could use the 2-minute bar. Like I will normally use a 1-bar stop, which would have put my stop below here, but with the lower level here that already held, I basically was giving it to the low of the day. So a little early on this 2-minute entry, but solid patience. Let this level hold. Bit of a 2-minute bear or bull flag here. We got the move up, followed by sideways, followed by sideways. Let's see here. Let's see. Break out, baby. Break out. Go ahead and give it to me. Break out. It's all longs. It's all longs. Break out. Go ahead. Give it to me. Break out. Take me to the moon. Break out. Little Tom Petty remix, huh? Got out at the ES Gapfill. That's nice. Hey, there you go. Stack those wins. Stack those wins. I used to use a tool called Edgeful, which gave you the statistics on like everything like that, the gap fills and just different certain moves in certain time periods, or not time periods, like trading sessions, London session, New York session, Asia session, right? And you could do all these different comparisons. It's pretty cool. I haven't looked at it in a while. But Aaron talks about the ES gap fill at like 70%, I think, with if it's within 20 points, is what I think he says. So nice high probability trade there. Collins at 0.92 right now. Man, RTY was the name today. Look at RTY. Makes sense with the bank movement, but yeesh. Nice a ripper, Magooski. I don't know if it's like my ADHD or what, but I like constantly am like adjusting the zoom and the screen and the distance. It's like a fidget. That's my version of a fidget spinner. Yeah, I've seen people who have set up a ES gap fill trading bot, which I think, not like a huge automated bot guy, but if you were gonna do one, something like that with that kind of 70% probability would be the type of bot to set up for sure. YM still new highs here. Love to see the NASDAQ pick it up a little bit more here still. Yeah. Oh yeah, just to update you guys on the. Let me pull it up on the screen here. So right now, I'm holding options in my Robinhood Cash account. But this is, so here's the trades all stats. I need to lock into this here, this road to six figures here. I just been busy and just kind of slacking on it. This is what happens. This is why I wanted to make it a segment where I'm doing this. So make sure you guys are calling me out, because it's like I get done streaming and I'm like making content, attending to my children and stuff, you know, whatever. And this is the area where I always slack in my trading, is diving into this stuff here. But some really good stats on the Tradeify. You can see here, this is my Tradeify 50K Lightning funded account. We are 4 for 4 since we started on this account with our max profit winning days. And like I mentioned before on this, I set my settings on Tradeivate to just kick me out of the trade, liquidate the position if my profit hits. I think I did $603 or $605, something like that, just to give it a little extra cushion with fills and stuff like that. And that is based off of the math. So Tradeify, the Lightning funded accounts, 50K accounts, you have a profit goal. I think it's based on a percentage, but you have a profit goal that you have to hit before that you can take a payout. And the profit goal is actually more than like the payout amount you can take. So your profit goal is $3,000 on the 50K account. So if you do that math, the account also has a 20% consistency roll. So if you do that math, that brings it to $600 a day, right? So if you were to, you wouldn't want to go more. 20% of 3,000 is 600. So in order to not make your life more difficult, you don't want to make more than $600 in a day, or else you're going to have to make more to get your consistency roll down, or make more over the $3,000 goal in order to be within the 20% consistency. So you cap it at $600. The only issue, like, which has been good for me when I do this, this helps me kind of lock my winning days when I have like a set dollar amount. It's like, okay, you hit it, you walk away, you call it a day on that account. And it has helped me have success. I know people don't love 20% consistency rolls, but that has been one thing that's helped me lock in those base hits day after day and take payouts, is the 20% consistency roll. When I don't have it, I tend to aim for bigger winning days, which then generally leads to more size, more bad decision making, right? So, anywho, that's sort of my method on the straight to funded or direct to funded accounts. Just do that math, lock it in on that. The only downside to it is, like, you can find yourself going for $600, going for that max winning day, trying to get the payout as fast as possible. And when we interviewed the CEO of Lucid, he said the number one main thing that they see from people who take payouts is they don't care how long it takes to get their payouts, right? So if you're constantly pushing a max winning day to get paid out as fast as possible, that can be like a natural human instinct. That's maybe like the only downside to it. But I do like locking in that, locking that in, having that. So great start to this. Tomorrow, probably can size down more, right? Because you're like, okay, I'm one max winning day away from getting a payout. It could be a $2,000 payout. So naturally, you want to do that. So probably more tendency to try to size up and push a little bit harder tomorrow. And I don't want to do that and cause any unnecessary damage. I'd rather size down a little bit, take it a little bit slower. So we'll see. We could, it'd be awesome to lock it in on the first week, but we don't want to try to make that happen. You can see not a lot of trades. Day one trade, 2 trades on Tuesday, 2 trades on Wednesday, and 1 trade on Thursday. And I'll actually dive into a little bit these trades while we're holding SPY. SPY is still kind of just consolidating here in this little flag area. Go back to the 2-minute here. So I don't want to see us lose this 689.05 area for the opening print. Back under the opening print, I would cut this, but we can dive into these trades a little bit here. So expand all. So this was Monday on the stream. You can see my first entry was here, and it looks like a little, what time was that? It's a 2-minute chart. So 10:02 was my first entry. I don't know why it doesn't tell me. I think I was with 4 micros. Was the first entry, and no, I think it was 5. It was 5, yeah, it's 5 micros. And I had a level here that you can see, which was my target. So it ended up moving nicely directly to the target. And I took 3 of the 5 micros off here. We then pulled back into our opening print. You can see the opening print, this yellow line marked from right here. We pulled back into the opening print while I was still holding 2 micros. I added back in here as we tagged the opening print, consolidated a little bit more. I added again here. I think back into 5. So I trimmed the 3. I think I added 2. I think I added 1. And then we held the opening print. At this point, stops have been tightened up. They were really tight. And when we got this push, it closed us out here on this nice push up back into the level. to hit our $600 target on the day. That's what the Zella insights say. So your profit $600 on this trade exceeded the drawdown. So the only drawdown that I ever received in this trade, I was only in $24 worth of drawdown. So this thing worked pretty much immediately, pretty easy hold, which, I mean, you gotta love, right? We entered on this candle. The only drawdown we saw was that little 2-minute wick right there, right? And then it immediately worked in our favor. So nice, pretty easy, low stress trade there. And then so this day we started with a loss, so an $82 loss. Okay, so here's the entry. So okay, so this was the entry. Okay, so this was actually a pre-market trade. This was at 8:31 a.m. I haven't dove into these and added my levels and reviewed these as in depth as I should have. But this was the day, yeah, pre-market, took this entry, ended up getting stopped here. And to be honest with you, which, okay, that's good risk, $80, $88, I'm fine with that, right? When you're aiming for $600 on the day, nice tight stop. We got stopped here. I'm actually pretty sure when we got this wick, I'm pretty sure I re-entered almost immediately. Let's see what this green to red trade. So it's up $76 on this trade, but ended up closing for a loss of $88.20. Which for me, that's fine. I'm normally aiming for a positive R multiple, right? So if I was up $76 and my stop was $88, I didn't even quite get to 1-to-1 R. I definitely had a higher target on this trade. So, and then if we look, that was, yeah. So yeah, you can see here, I got stopped here. We got this wick, immediately entered here. It did a couple adds to it, and my stop would have been under this wick. We ended up holding, and then this was the day, yeah, where market opened. We got the initial push up, got stopped, or got filled on sell orders at $600 profit on that first candle up of the day. So that one was quick. Pretty low stress there as well. So it was Tuesday, and then Wednesday was another day where we had 2 trades. So this was a $227 loss, a little bit of a bigger loss here. This was another pre-market entry. So took this entry. We were starting a 2-minute trend was starting to flip here. We were making higher highs, higher lows on the 2-minute, made another higher high, came down here. I thought this was potentially another higher low, continuing with this trend line, right? You could see we had a trend line here, so I took that entry. And I gave it a little bit of room on my stops, kind of under these swing lows here, and I'm getting stopped here. And let's see, when did I enter again? So this was our entry on the losing trade. We got stopped here, and then it looks like we swept those lows. Took this entry. This is another pre-market entry at 908. So took this entry, held through, made a nice move, pulled back, had not taken any profits here. Added to this winning trade. I remember discussing this on stream. This was at a level up here, like right here, or is the overnight opening print, and we had previous day's high. So previous day's high was right here, overnight opening print was right here. So I was still holding this winner. It pushed up, it pushed into previous day's high, a little 2-minute pause bar pull back into the overnight open. I added into this winner at that point in time, and we got the nice strong push. Didn't ever give me a reason to close. We weren't ever making lower lows. We were making higher highs. Was able to hold through this consolidation here. And then when we got this push up, I took a trim. I think the most I ever had in this trade was 5 micros. I think that's the most I had. So took a trim here. Got the pullback, ended up adding into, still holding runners, ending up adding into it. We consolidated here for a while. I think this was with Amar and Zach. I had actually considered flipping short around here a couple of times, but added into the runners again. And ultimately we were able to then get this move up. And when we got that push here, because I was backing with size, closed me out with the $600 profit. So that was that day. And so you guys can see how I kind of dynamically add into my winning trades. If I get a good entry on futures, specifically on futures, not necessarily with options, but if I get a good entry on futures, I try to, maybe lock some profits that I'm happy with, that I'm comfortable with. But then I try to use the good entry, the runner, whatever it may be, 1, 2, 3 micros from that good entry as sort of this tool to then add back in with a little bit more size. With, your average price gets worse, but I'll tighten my stop as I go, and to kind of squeeze the most out of that good original entry. So that was that. And then today was a single trade day. It was just another pre-market trade that I think we got back up above. I had added one into this one. We were kind of just consolidating. We had let me change this time frame. Oh, it's in the 1 minute. SPY back into the level here. Not necessarily what we wanted to see. So where I'd like to see hold on SPY if we're gonna continue to hold. Contracts down to about 60 cents here, so down about $7 a contract. We'll see here. VIX hasn't gotten real strong. Nasdaq's rejected VWAP. We'll look at this last trade here. Yeah, so this is the 15-minute chart. You can see we had the rejection during the day yesterday. This was the overnight open. We had the move down, it pushed back up, and we were essentially bull flagging here, right? On the 15-minute, you can see we had the move up, and then we were moving sideways here, so kind of bull flagging. So bought near the lows of the bull flag, added into the winner a couple times, scaled up my size, and then was able to scale out of this thing as we had this nice little push here. Nice exit because we were able to close at our $600 before market open, and it was right around the overnight swing high here, which market then opened and sold off pretty harshly. So good timing on the exit there. And let's see, this your profit $600 exceeded the draw. Yeah, so only $25 worth of drawdown on this trade as well. So it's nice to go on a streak, right, where you're not seeing very much drawdown at all. They're low stress, right? But it's important to remember that that is not normally the case, and not try to get too high on it and get too comfortable thinking like, hey, that's how every trading day is going to go, and start to expect that kind of thing, right? So Tamika, the software is plotting my entries. Yeah, so I didn't have to do anything. What I did here, you can go to so all your accounts, right? So these are just like different accounts I've had things labeled under, but you can go to manage accounts, and you can see that I have this set to auto sync, and then you can just click sync. If like you close your trade and you're out and you're done for the day, you just click on the resync now, and it'll give you a manual sync the trades and add all the plots and stuff, which is really nice. And it gives you all these stats, right? So this is your total P&L from this one account. You can group accounts together on this if you want. It'll, so it lists all your recent trades. If you auto sync it with trades open, it'll show you your open positions, which I don't have right now. The Zella score, it bases it off all these different factors, right? Win percentage, average win loss, recovery factor, macroeconomics, all this stuff, right? So to give you a Zella score, it looks like it's out of 100 here. And then you can see obviously kind of the calendar monthly view. This is something that I want to start using and make kind of like the segment here. All right, we like that opening print VWAP bounce on the SPY. Just a quick pause, take a look at that. You can see here, pull back into the opening print, VWAP, quick bounce. So like that, we like that. But this was what I want to start using more, is this progress tracker and like the daily to-do list and checklist. and rolls and sort of start going through here every day with you guys. It's just like I mentioned before, I get good at slacking at this stuff. So this is the trade duration performance, which I like the way the stats look on this too. You can see my 2 losing trades that I've had were both quick losers, right? Close your losers quick. This one was 16 minutes, 30 seconds. This one's 16 minutes, 0 seconds. And then you compare that to my 4 winners. You have 40 minutes. You have an hour and 5 minutes, an hour and 5 minutes. You have an hour and 20 minutes. So to me, that shows I'm doing a good job of staying patient, letting my winners work, holding them for 40 minutes to an hour, keeping stops tight, closing them, in about 15 minutes, which is nice. You can see a lot of this. It has been a lot of pre-market here, pre-market loss. This one was during New York 10 a.m. So, yeah, so that it's really cool stuff. You can do trade replay, Tamika, which start replay. So it'll actually, right? You can pick a day, pick a specific trade, and then it'll actually play the trade out. I can't talk to it. Play the trade out, right? It'll show the candlesticks moving just like they were, where you took your entry, what you did, stuff. The one thing I don't know if it necessarily does when I dove into these a little bit, when you put your stop orders, right? Like I said, I'm always adding into my orders when I'm in winning trades, and then I will adjust and tighten my stops accordingly. It doesn't, the reports, and this is just because what the broker sends it or whatever, it has all of your filled orders, right? So it shows your entries, it shows your exits, but it doesn't show your working orders that you then cancel, right? So if like you had a stop order that was a working order, which you then cancel, that doesn't get plotted. And I wish it did, so I could track my, my stop loss management. So I got to see how to look into that and see if there's a way to add that. Because that would be really cool to kind of, then the trade replay for me would become a really powerful tool, I think, where you could go back and see how you manage that, even with a working order. So I'll have to look into that and see if you can do that. You can make, a playbook. You can add your strategies in here and break them all down. You can add, notes, daily journals, all this stuff, right? And like fill this stuff out with every trade. These are different kind of reports. And he talked about this. We had the guy from TradeZilla come on and talk about this, where you can compare different metrics, right? So like, days you had, you could like track, say you had a thing where you put tags for you bad sleep or good sleep, and you track that, right? So the days that you trade with bad sleep on MNQ and compare those two things, or the trades that you trade with bad sleep in the pre-market or with good sleep in the pre-market, and do all these different comparisons next to your trades, right? Looks like it says OBS failed for a second. So we're back up. I don't know if the stream died there for a second, but so here's the compare page, right? So you can add all these different tags to your trade, so you can compare different time periods, different tags, different symbols, all the different stuff, and really start to hone that stuff in. So just something I want to start doing more of as well. So yeah, I'm just kind of getting started with trying to be consistent with TradeZilla. It's a tool I've had for a while, but I haven't utilized as much as I should. But yeah, so what do you think? What do you guys think? I wanted to get together like a list of this daily checklist list of rolls. Do you guys have any suggestions? Like, I wanted to add, right? Like, we're at the end of my day, I'm prepping the following day stream, right? So like when we end the stream, I want on my checklist, like, prep. So it's on YouTube as an upcoming video. The description's ready to go. All that's ready to go. So it's like when I'm in the morning, I get here, I'm like prepping to trade because like most of the stream stuff is like already prepped, right? That kind of thing. So I want to add stuff like that to this daily checklist and use it for more than like just trading. Use it for the things outside of trading that are keeping me organized and efficient and on track, right? So That's the goal. But if you guys have any suggestions on things that I should add to like my daily checklist or my list of roles, feel free to drop them in the chat. SpyCon sitting at 0.85 here. So we're up about $20 a contract. SPY sitting right back at the highs. Not quite in the money yet. Give us in the money. $10.45. So we got that. Let's the first hourly close. It's a nice looking hourly hammer here. If we can break 690, should see another leg up. VIX still looking like it wants to break down lower. Also, chat, does anybody want to compete on trading the game show? I want to get some competitors. So if you want to compete on trading the game show next week, let me know. Let me know. Oh yeah, Aaron was talking about this yesterday. U.S. seizes 2 oil tankers, wants to drill in Venezuela. U.S. seized 2 more tankers that carry Venezuelan oil yesterday, bringing the total to 4 since imposing a blockade last month as part of its campaign to reshape the global oil landscape. It's the latest sign that the U.S. continues to exert pressure on the country after arresting its leader. One vessel was taken into the Caribbean Sea. The other, which was empty, was boarded just south of Iceland following a 2-week chase during which the ship secured an escort from the Russian Navy, registered under a Russian flag, and changed its name. Seizures came after President Trump said on Truth Social Tuesday night that Venezuela will turn over 30 million to 50 million barrels of sanctioned oil worth up to $2.8 billion to be refined in the U.S. yesterday. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said the U.S. would continue to sell Venezuelan oil indefinitely. The maritime and social media news helped push oil futures down 2% yesterday. What's next in a sticky situation? According to CNN, Venezuela must meet certain demands from the White House in order to resume oil production. Anonymous officials told the news outlet that. Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president after the ousted and arrest of Nicolas Maduro, must cut ties with China, Iran, Russia, and Cuba and work exclusively with the U.S. on oil production. Talk about getting bullied there. Rodriguez must also favor the Trump administration and U.S. companies for future oil sales. The White House wouldn't confirm or deny these terms. Meanwhile, a senior U.S. official told Axios, "We need to get the oil flowing out and the money going back to Venezuela without it getting stolen." The White House wouldn't confirm or deny. I just read that. However, U.S. companies that exited Venezuela over the last 2 decades may be reluctant to return. According to the New York Times, Energy Secretary Wright is trying to convince the CEOs on ConocoPhillips, ExxonMobil, and Chevron to invest in drilling in Venezuela, per the Washington Post, including by potentially offering taxpayer money for rebuilding costs in exchange for a piece of the profits. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that means you and I, taxpayer money, woo, to rebuild the oil in Venezuela. Will our gas prices Get lower, probably not. Tomorrow, Trump is scheduled to meet with a dozen oil executives at the White House per Axios. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to be alive. Right? Like you can't say life's boring, right? Like you can't be, how can you be bored? Like it's like the amount of information and technology, crazy stuff going on in the world. Like we're all gonna die eventually anyway, right? So you might as well. Are you not entertained? Be entertained by it, right? We're on a giant floating spinning rock. And only God can save us. See any other news headlines? Yeah, I did see this. Trump moves to ban big investors from buying up homes. But I also saw that like hedge funds and big investors like BlackRock and Vanguard and all these that are buying up homes, that is happening, but they only own like 0.3% of homes. So obviously it's still a good thing that he's trying to stop them from buying up homes and jacking up the prices, but I don't know if that stat's true. That's just what I read. Oh yeah, the ICE agent shooting fatality yesterday was sad. Not to get political, but of course everyone uses it to just start pushing their political narrative and arguing even more online. When at the end of the day, either way, it is just a tragedy and a horrible thing to have to watch on Instagram. But just another day that's scrolling along. Come on, spy! Suck. Contract's down $5 a con here, so. Since these are 0 days, I'd like to see us get moving sooner rather than later. I don't really want to hold them past lunch if we're still just sitting around the opening print. It's this damn NASDAQ, bro. Screw you, NASDAQ. Can't get above VWAP. Warner Brothers rejected Paramount's latest offer. Company's board issued a letter yesterday rebuffing Paramount's revised hostile takeover bid and urging shareholders to stick with the deal it made to be bought by Netflix. Paramount is offering to buy the whole company for $30 per share, while Netflix is only looking to acquire its TV and movie studios for $83 billion and would fund it by taking on debt and investments, some backed by a personal guarantee from billionaire Larry Ellison. The Warner Brothers board said this aggressive transaction structure poses materially more risk for Warner Brothers and its shareholders than the Netflix merger. I guess I don't need my headphones on, huh? They're like hurting my ears. Well, we had a nice bounce here last time, but no follow through, which leads me to believe that, right, if the market fails to do one thing, it normally tries to do the other. Failed to break out, then also failed to break down, and then it failed to break out again. So my guess is it'll probably try to break down again here, which means I'm potentially looking to exit SPY here. Down about $85 total. Nothing crazy. It's a bummer. It looked good. Looked like it had potential here for a little while. But selling off once again without the VIX breaking higher, which is interesting, but the Nasdaq just doesn't want to stay strong here. Give it just a second, but doesn't look ideal at this point. Hold us, only print, open print. You're our only hope. Do you have Aaron coming back on for the nooner, breaking down this afternoon's action? Action. Contract sitting at 0.5 now. All right, Spy. All right. Come on. Come on. More. We want more. Hodor. Looks like the Dow's about to make new highs. Excuse me, about to make new highs. Come on, baby. Let's go, Ripper Magooski. I'm gonna test out playing music and see if they allow it. This is a random thought. You know what's a very funny and I think underrated form of comedy is ventriloquist. I mean, Jeff Dunham, I know, is like really popular and hilarious. I was watching this female ventriloquist over the holidays. Oh, she was hilarious. All right, let's see. What are these cons sitting at here? We're back at about $90, 90 cents, 85. I mean, you gotta think we're gonna break 690 here, right? We don't reject here again, do we? Oh, I think it's playing on my headphones. Hopefully this doesn't get us in trouble on YouTube. We're in chat. Put a little tune on. A little tune action. How's the volume? Can you guys hear it? Is it too loud? NQ interesting here. Needed to break this area. We held this lower level here. We've haven't been able to break this 25,676 area. Projected VWAP. Would love to see NQ rally back to the open. Its hourly doesn't look nearly as good, right? Spies the green hammer above the opening print. $15-minute. Also, guys, you see why I don't never shut up about the opening print? Right? It's like, all right, just such a line in the sand, right? Area of resistance, area of resistance. Break above it, come back, area support, area support. It's always just it always gets some sort of reaction, man. Just line, it's a line in the sand for me always. 15-minute, couple lower wicks. Looks like it wants to break out here. Come on. $11.04. think about we'll hang out for at least another 25 minutes here. If we're still managing SPY, maybe a little longer. We'll see. Can you guys hear me talk with the music? Or is it too loud? Also, is it like giving an echo because you're getting the music through the screen and my mic picking it up? If the audio sucks, let me know. I'll turn it off. Let me know. Come on, SPY. Oh, I did. I got this converter so I can plug my N64 controllers into my PC. So we're gonna get a little Nintendo nostalgia. But nostalgia, dude. Why can't I talk? A little Nintendo nostalgia. I just forgot to my controllers downstairs. I don't have it. All right, I'm gonna turn it down. How's that? Is that better? Turn it down on YouTube. Hopefully that helps. Hopefully that helps. All right, cool. Thank you. Oh my gosh. You suck, SPY. SPY cons are back at break even, down $3. So annoying that they took ES off of the free book map. Suck a fat one, TOS. Anybody got a book map screenshot for me? Unreal. This is my jam though, so maybe this is the pump up song we need. Sometimes I wanna, sometimes I wanna. Come on! Feel the pain. You swear you're done, but you're over here naked in the middle of the day. Sometimes I wanna feel the pain. Come on, pump us up. This is the pump song, SPY. If I die in your arms, be a smile on my face. Ugh. So I wanna feel the pain. Another SPY is making me feel the pain. In the middle of the day. Be a smile on my face. Come on, be whack, 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 whack. Just to make so YouTube doesn't get mad at us here, we'll do we gotta give credit to the musical artist. All right, YouTube, here we go. See, we're listening to Fred Again, Studio Live 3, London, 9 November 2022. Okay? Credit to the creator. Really want to see this 5-minute, flip it and reverse it. Here we go. Here's where the pump up song gets us. A little louder, just for the pump. Here we go. Here we go. Spy's about to pop. You ready? Here we go. Here we go. Spy's building with the build. Smile on my face. Come on, baby. Let's go. Come on, Spy. I wanted more. Come on. Come on. Console break even here. Literally exactly. Time decay starting to get us a little bit, but it honestly hasn't been that bad. Oh, you dirty bastard. Would have been a lot cooler if we went to new highs there, Spy. Yeah, it sure is. It sure is indeed. Banks still holding up well. VIX is not really rallying very strong either. Just like, damn, boy. I blame you, Q, Q, Q. You're getting the blame. I don't know. I'm not necessarily convinced that we're gonna get like a breakdown and bigger sell-off. I mean, obviously anything could happen, but I'm not necessarily convinced that's gonna happen. But I'm also starting to lose faith in a stronger rally up towards yesterday's highs. So we'll see here. I'm gonna get another few minutes and see what it does. Opening print, you son of a bitch. You're gonna do it again? No, come on. Man. Man. Sellers just need to give up already, gang. Bowl season, baby. What's for lunch today, chat? Oh, he's looking for a paper.
I'm still here. I'm still here.
Found a paper. I can't find it. Yeah. What? Yeah. Ah. Ooh, kale Caesar salad. Ooh, Caesar salad sounds good. Well, chat, I think I'm gonna take a quick break here and grab something for lunch. If we start to break down here, which it looks like we might, kind of below this low here that we broke down to before. So below 688.50s on SPY, I'll probably just close these up. I'm gonna hold them for now. See if this eventually breaks to the upside, but I'm not gonna give them much more time since they're 0 days. They're down about $10. They're down exactly $10 a contract here, so some $50. We'll see. It keeps wanting to bounce here, but just not getting the follow through we'd like. But I'm gonna hold, like I said, unless it breaks down further for a little bit. But gonna grab some lunch, and then Aaron will be back. I'll be back to get him set up on the nooner at 12 o'clock, so we'll be gone for about half an hour. And then we're gonna have Jordan back this afternoon. He's gonna do a little bit of an education segment, and we'll do the Lucid 150K direct funded account giveaway with Jordan this afternoon. So make sure you guys come back for that. You got to be on the stream in order to claim the account. So make sure you guys come back for that. And yeah, so it's good. That's great. That's awesome. It'd be even better if Spy can, go higher. But we shall see. But all right, guys, we'll be right back. See you this afternoon. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Aaron is here for the nooner. Aaron, go ahead and take it away.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? Give everybody a couple minutes to get in. All right. How we doing, everybody? Make sure you say hi, remember, because I can't see you. What's up, Mr. Wolf? What's up, Miss Tomika, Mr. Paz? How we doing? All right. I'm showing myself in the bottom here. Okay. Swear jar up to $51. What's up, Rick? How we doing? Omar, hello. All right, everybody. All right, well, let's get started here. What do we got? All right, yeah, make sure to say hi because I don't know you're here if you're not. Trading in the winter is nice, yeah. It is, way better than trading in the summer. Summertime is slow. All right. You guys got this? Okay, let's get to it. Hang on, there we go. All right. So starting off on the VIX. Now this is a really big deal, guys. Okay. This is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. Remember, this is the leading indicator of our US indices. So what we're looking at here is, hang on, let me do some, this is not, I don't like this. Hang on, show less, that's what I want. There we go. Okay, that's better. All right, so here's our halfway back we were talking about this morning. Okay, from December, this is the top of the new contract. Trading view people, just draw from 1890 because you're going to see more data over here. All right, just draw from 1890s to our lows down here, 1590. We traded into that 38.2% line right there. Okay, that was the squeeze that we had. All right, and here's all our indices strength, right? Remember, this runs inverse. Here's all our indices strength. Remember, this is the leading indicator. So the big deal right now is we've come halfway back on this long, right? Coming off of these lows, this is halfway back in the week. All right, pull back there, target. There we go. We've come halfway back, and we're getting obviously we're getting a reaction right there. So you have to think about it. If you want to buy volatility as a hedge against downside risk, you want to get it on one of these pullbacks because it's cheaper, right? So are there going to be enough market participants buying volatility, all right, that we're going to start to lift off? Well, we'll see. If we do lift off out of these, right, we have a target up here that pretty much lines up with that big halfway back short. But that's going to be a downside risk event on the indices, no doubt about it. All right, so we've got to watch this. Now, if this long breaks, okay, and a break would be 1632, round down to 30, because remember the VIX moves in nickels, 1630, and then subtract a tick, 1625. So we would need to break the 25s, all right, not trade the 25s, break the 25s. So we'd have to actually trade 20s, all right? So as long as we're staying above those 25s or above, we still have this risk event lifting off, okay? And we got to pay attention to that, right? We got to pay attention to that. So what we're watching here on the downside, if we do start to squeeze higher, coming off these highs, right? These pullbacks right here, boom, boom, boom. There is a little extension short here that's holding us down. You can see that right there. All right, but if that breaks, it just means we're coming halfway back. All right, and that's real close. A break of that would be real close. So that's how we're looking going into, see how technical that's being to the tick, right? What the hell's that? Okay. You can see how technical it's being. So, you know, we absolutely have to be aware because we are in this support level. All right. That doesn't mean we're going to go up. Doesn't mean the indices are going to tank, anything of that. It just means we got to keep an eye on this. All right. So that's where we're sitting. And remember, how often do we trade right to our line in the sand, right? Like here, and then we lift off. All right, so we've got to watch those 25s. Okay? So that's where we're sitting. Any questions going into the afternoon and then into tomorrow on where we are? Anybody? Anybody? Everybody good? Okay. All right. All right, moving. Okay. All right, moving on. So our financials. Now, again, if the VIX is going sideways, right, if it starts chopping around on top of that support level, look at our financials, right? They are just ripping. This is a massive tailwind, okay? Massive tailwind behind the indices. All right, and as long as this is doing this, right, the indices are going to grind higher. Might not be pretty, but they're going to continue to grind higher with this sort of tailwind behind them. Okay, what's up, Alex? All right, so remember, this isn't traded. This is just an index. All right, but we've got much larger targets above us. So what we're watching for here, if we do get pullbacks, right, we had this extension long, all right, and we're just drawing from that highs to highs because we've blown through that target. All right, so that's what we're watching for if we do get a pullback. All right, if we do get a pullback. All right, and if that breaks, obviously we're making a larger one. But that's what we'll look at going into the afternoon. Okay, so as long as bank continues this run, the indices are going to have that tailwind. If bank stops and rolls over to start its pullback, then the indices are going to lose that tailwind. That doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just means they're going to lose the tailwind they have behind them. Okay, and we want to go with what our financials are doing. Right now, they're just going straight, literally straight up. We traded down here at 9:30 at this pullback and just have gone straight up. All right, gap down. That's a good example of we don't care if bank gaps up or down because it's just an index. It's what direction it moves after that. Okay, so we had our gap down and then just rip. All right, this is all bullish. All right, this is all bullish for the indices. So if the VIX goes sideways, right now the VIX is sideways to down. Okay, bank is just up, right? That's how you have to look at it going into the afternoon, unless it changes. All right. Okay. So moving on to the ES. So this was our pullback, right, that we've been watching. Okay, and that's from these lows on the 2nd. This is our halfway back on the year. So last Friday's lows, I'm gonna move this over so you can see it. All right, last Friday's lows to our highs yesterday. All right, just halfway back in the year. So there's that pullback right there. All right. So this is how you have to look at this. So there's our pullback, rip off our support level, right? We do have this short above us. This short, okay, is this VIX long, right? Is this VIX long? So if the VIX would break this long, we're going to delete the short on the indices, whether they've broken it or not. Okay, because this leads, right? So that's how we have to look at that. Now, what's holding us up right now? Okay, we had our pullback off of lows here, right? And this pullback off of lows, and it was a little sloppy. All right, but we're just using this low, this 945 lows to highs. All right, trading hours only. Okay, lows to highs, and that's what's holding right there. All right. If that continues, it all depends on the VIX, right? The VIX is bank. So obviously just chopping around right now, but you can see that's our support. So just trading hours only, lows to highs. Always know where you are halfway back on the day. Always know where you are halfway back on the week. All right. So this is just a range right now, guys. This is just a range. So gap fill this morning. This was nice. Okay, this was nice. So let me get rid of this. All right, here's our 20 points away, right? Here's the gap fill. All right, 69.63. All right, here's the half gap fill. Okay, so we opened at 9:30. Okay, we made these little pullbacks. I got in kind of down here, and we went up and we filled the half. And we're seeing this over and over and over. Okay, we filled the half, and there's all the profit taking immediately coming off the half. Here's 20 points, reload at 20 points into the full. So that's exactly how it transpired again this morning. Okay, so if you're trading the gap fill, make sure you're taking something off at the half and moving your stop to break even, right? Because it might shake you out. And then you can reload, obviously, into the fill. And the fill's pretty much been the high, right? So nice moves this morning, right? Very nice moves this morning, very technical. All right, so we'll just continue to watch this range, right? Because that's pretty much all we're in. Okay, pretty much all we're in right now. Top of the range, bottom of the range. Okay? Everybody good? All right, moving on to the NASDAQ. Okay, here's the NASDAQ's pullback. All right, halfway back in the year, basically. Last Friday's lows to highs. Right there. All right, and you can see this is what's holding the NASDAQ down. All right, is our trading hours only, or trading hours yesterday, highs to lows. Oops, right? So that's what's holding the NASDAQ down. So there's your range right there. Okay, there's your range right there. All right, so nothing's broken, right? It's just going down in this series into support. Now, if we would break out of these, right, obviously we'll have the halfway back to pay attention to, but that would break our trend. Okay, that would break our trend. All right, so that's just, what is that, 8:30? You could almost, there's 9:30. Look at your halfway back on the day right there. All right, look at our halfway back on the day. So 9:30 highs to lows. All right, right there. All right, you can see how the ES, a little bit stronger right now than the NASDAQ. Okay, but that's your range right there. That's your range right there. All right, and unless something dramatic happens, you know, we could get stuck in this, right, for the rest of the day, only because of this. Okay, if this stays stuck, right, it's gonna be hard to get a big move going. All right, so there is the NASDAQ. All right, now YM and Russell's totally different. Why? Because the bank. Because the bank's just ripping, right? So the YM. Okay, here's the YM just absolutely ripping off its long. And that's because of the bank. Talk about it every day, twice a day. All right, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to bank's movements. Okay, what's up, Snipe? So there's our long from last Friday's lows to highs, halfway back in the year. Right, there's the rip off of these lows, right, with bank strength. All right, we haven't broken this yet. Yep, actually we did. So we pierced that. So we can watch these lows to highs. Okay, but the easiest way is just watch your financials, right? But since we broke that short from highs, we can start watching this long from lows here if we do get this black and jump into this trend. And this has a profit target, right, way up at 50,297. Okay, so that's what we're looking for on the YM. Now, bank just continues to grind higher the whole afternoon, which we've seen plenty of times before. Then the YM and the Russells are just going to have a tailwind the whole time. They're not going to make pullbacks. Okay, so very nice, very good example, right, of how sensitive, right, YM and the Russells are to our financials. All right, here's the Russells. Okay, just straight rip off these support levels. All right, and we actually got into this target. So here's the Russell support. It's from the 6th, actually, January 6th. To our highs here on the 7th. There's our pullbacks, right? That was halfway back in the week. No, Monday was the 5th. So that wouldn't be halfway back in the week. From Tuesday, lows to highs. All right, there's our pullback. Now we've hit that target up there. So we'll have to watch as we move forward, all right, these lows to highs. All right, low inside of this previous move to highs. All right, so that's what we would look like on the Russells. All right, that's our next support level. Okay, but again, if bank just continues up this afternoon, right, the Russells and YM are just going to continue higher. But look at these rips on the YM and the Russells, right, compared to the ES and the NASDAQ. Now, there's still strength, right, but nothing like the YM and the Russells. Okay? All right. There's VIX Bank and the indices. So any questions going into our afternoon on where we are? Everybody good? All right. Good. All right. Okay. All right. So moving on. All right, Bitcoin. All right, making its pullback. Right. Remember, we broke our halfway back on the year. Okay, this was our halfway back on the year right here, and it broke. We traded into that resistance level above us. Halfway back on the year broke. There's our pullback. All right, that's just simple highs on the 5th to lows, halfway back in the week. All right, so we'll see how deep we get into this pullback before we start getting sold into. All right. So there's Bitcoin. Nothing's changed. Just making this pullback. All right. Okay. So let's get to spot here. Find it. There we go. Give me hang on 1 second, guys. All right, I keep losing that screen. I need to get a new, what do you call those cords? Yeah, one of those cords. Okay. All right, so spot. There we go. Okay. Ethernet. No. HDMI. That's what I need. New HDMI. Okay. There we go. All right, so Bitcoin spot. Now, when we're talking about this, right, you need to see the bigger picture here. All right, so when we zoom out and you look at the bigger picture, right, we still haven't made this pullback from highs. Still haven't made it. Right, so you can see, I mean, this was the start of the winter up here. This was in October, right, just right on schedule, October 6th. All right, we still haven't made this next pullback. So this going down, remember our targets are down at 33.5 for September, between September and October of this year. So you can see this is insanely weak, right? Having this pull, look how far away our halfway back from highs is, which we haven't traded yet. Now, will we eventually trade it? Your guess is as good as mine. Price will tell us everything we need to know. But this pullback, right, rolling over, not a good look at all, right? And what we're going to use are those October 17th, where are they? Move back a little bit. October 17th lows to lows. Okay, now that was sloppy by like $100. Okay, it was sloppy by $100, but then we broke the long. So we'll see. Now we're gonna have to contend with the halfway back from lows and all that fun stuff. But this is what, this is what we're looking at right now. So you can see, I mean, Bitcoin could absolutely lose 80% of its value, just like it does in the winters. All right. So pretty intense stuff here. Pretty intense stuff. I mean, we were up at 126,000 and we're at 91. All right. Okay, so there's Bitcoin, right? Just doing what we're kind of following along with it doing, or what we were expecting. All right. So tempted to unhedge and wait to hedge again. I know, right, Nate? Yep. Or hedge your hedge. Right. Got like 5 positions going, right? All right. Okay. All right. Stocks. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Apple. Yeah, we haven't looked at that in a bit. Let's look at that. Making a pullback. You can see I was teaching on that, wasn't I? This thing. Monthly. Hang on. All right. Obviously, I was teaching on this, so my girls are gone. All right, so we got to go back here. See where we are. Let's just redraw this because I got back up on everything. Just walk this up here. Right there. And now to the daily. All right. There we go, right there. Boom, 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 into extensions. This high. There's number 1. There's number 2. I would say this, Nate. That's what I would watch right there. I'd watch from this high on April 14th, highs to highs. That's what I would watch right there for your next support level. And then obviously there's the halfway back. So let's see if that's pretty obvious right there, right? So there's your pullback right there. Bam, to the tip. Okay, so now we've gone into extensions. So this is the normal way, guys, that will change trend. This is actually a positive thing that it did this. It looks horrible, but when you're looking for something to trade support, this is exactly how it works. Trade a traditional, we'll fall through a target, we'll go into extensions, sometimes extensions of extensions, and those will break at support, and that will be our trigger to look long. So I had these extensions right there, right? Those broke, or those blew through their target, right? Lows to lows, right there. So that's what you're looking at, Nate. All right, I'd continue trailing from this low, which was the 6th, Tuesday, right? And if those would break at some point, that would be your first clue, right? That would be your first clue, and you could look to buy that pullback. That's how I'd look at that. This is so typical, guys. Like once you see this and how these pullbacks work very, very often, right? We'll hold 1, maybe 2, traditionals. There's the first one. There's the second one. We blow through a target, right? Then we go into these extension shorts, extension of extension. It gets overextended, break a short, and that lifts us off. All right, so there's your support down here. All right, that's how I'd look at that for sure. All right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, is there a gap over there too? Oh, yeah, right there. Yeah. Yeah. Good. Yeah. So you can just continue to trail from these guys until that breaks, and that should be your first clue right there. Right. That would be your first clue, and that could act as support, right? That gap could act as support and break that short. Absolutely. And then obviously you'll have to contend with, halfway back and stuff. That's long my way. And anything, once you go into longs, I know you know this, but once you go into longs, anything above you would have to break longs. Right now you're in shorts, right? So everything path of least resistance is down until it's not anymore. All right. Okay. What else we got? Ken, what's up? Lily, yeah. Let's look at that one. Has this thing made a pullback yet? Not very much one, has it? All right, so we hit that massive target. Bam, we hit it. So this long that we're in on the massive time frame, now remember this is a pharmaceutical stock, so anything can happen, right? But from November of 2022 to our highs in August of 24, there's your pullback. Now that target was just hit right there. All right. So as we zoom in, here's the daily. So see, there's that weekly target up there. All right. So there's your extension long from October 9th of last year to our highs. This is also a previous high. That happens a lot. All right. That's also a previous high. All right. And that target's up here. So what you can do, right, you see the profit taking. All right. You'll see some profit taking there. In this extension long, okay, remember, it's got a target up here at 1169. So these little worker bee moves inside of this, right, there's number one, and a target. You can continue to trail these little worker bee moves up, but if these break, right, if these break, number one, you're falling back down to support. And if that breaks, you're making a larger pullback. All right, barring any earnings or clinical trials or anything like that. Well, these pharmaceuticals are tricky because they're very news driven. But that's what price is saying, right? That's what price is saying right now. Okay. See this dip into this highs at this profit target, right? It makes that pullback a little sketchy, but we'll see. All right. So that's what you're looking at there. All right, that's what you're looking at. Congrats, you've been in that one for a while. All right, any other ones, guys? Everybody good? Okay. All right, well, let's get back to it here. All right. Okay. All right, so moving on, crude oil. So crude oil had this dip into highs, right? Remember, this is a typical crude oil type thing, right? We've had this dip into highs right here. Now this short is drawn from the 6th, right down here to the 6th. This whole down move on Tuesday, right? We squeezed back up into our highs, back down to our lows. But see how we dipped into this high, and then we had this 1 hour bar close back down below. So we'll see if these previous highs, right? We'll see if this continues to defend, right? I'm short crude oil right now. My stop's just above the high. So if this makes a higher high, I'm going to stop out. But we'll see, because if those don't hold, crude oil loves to dip into highs before sell-offs, dip into lows before rallies, right? So that's what we're looking at right here. All right, that's what we're looking at right here on crude oil. We'll see if we get another red bar to close, right? Another hourly red bar to close. All right. But that's a trade I'll take 100 times out of 100, right? Okay, so we'll see. Now, it would have to get up here and break these 57.68s, right, to squeeze back to highs, because this is a short setup, right, inside of a bigger one. So it has targets way down here, right, way down at 55. Okay? Get rid of that. I was marking them halfway back. All right, so we'll see what it does here. Now, if we do get another dip into highs and then another red bar to close, then that would be potentially another entry. All right. Okay, so there's crude oil. All right, now moving on to gold and silver. Now here's gold. This is a big deal. All right, gold's in massive long setups, right? It's in massive long setups. Here's the worker bee move that we've been watching inside of this. Okay, and this is from December 31st to our highs on January 6th. All right, and we made this pullback into this 38.2% line. Now, how do we confirm that we've traded support without getting down here to this 50%? Well, it'll break the short setup from highs, and it did. Okay, broke that short. All right, just pierced it. All right, just pierced it. Let me check one thing, because we hit this target, I believe. Yeah, so there was the first pullback. There's your target hit. Profit taking. Also ran into support. And we have now pierced this short from highs. Barely, but we did. So we're going to watch these pullbacks here. The rhyme, right? Trade support, break the short, drop the long. All right, so we'll watch this pullback right here. Right? If we get, participation at this pullback, that could lift us off. Okay? So we did break this short. All right, so pretty cool. Now, silver, right, making a much larger pullback here. All right. Now, this is the thing about silver. Silver's starting to go into a wedge here. Remember how we were talking about this, that if gold lifts off, silver's not in any sort of long setup? It's really not, right? So the larger move we're in is from October 16th to highs. That's our pullback, right? That gives us targets at 89.49. So this right here, this lifting off, this is the retractable leash with gold. Right, gold's lifting off, so here goes silver. Even though it's not in a long, right? This long broke. Okay, this long from lows broke. Right. So are we going to go into a wedge here? Higher lows, lower highs, higher lows, and get tighter and tighter? We'll see. Right, we'll see. But it does have this short set up above us. This is what gold broke. Well, similar. All right, but gold broke its short. Silver has not. So could we go into a big old sneaky snake wedge sideways up here? Absolutely we could. I mean, this is a hell of a run, right? Silver's had a hell of a run. So it wouldn't be surprising if we went into, some consolidation, but we'll see, right? We'll see. Now, if silver breaks out of this short, different ballgame, right? Okay, so there's the precious metals. Now, moving on to the dollar, okay, we're in dollar strength trades right now. All right, we are absolutely in dollar strength trades. So here's DXY, not the dollar, just a bunch of different currencies put together. But you can see from our lows on December 23rd to our highs on January 5th, there's that little pullback, right? That was sloppy, but this is, again, just an index, right? DXY can lie. So all this is dollar strength. Now, this hasn't been very technical throughout here. Again, it's just an index. It just moves because of the underlying currencies. All right, but we'll keep an eye on this. This keeps grinding higher. That's a headwind against the indices and a headwind against the precious metals, right? It's one of the big three. Okay, so when you move on to the actual currencies, okay, here's the dollar yen. All right, now the dollar yen is in longs. All right, it absolutely is in longs. Okay, from our lows here on the 5th, halfway back on the week, right, to our highs on the 7th, there's that pullback, right? Haven't gotten to this target yet. But if this continues up in a trend, and it's defending right now, right? This continues up in this trend, that's all dollar strength, right? It doesn't mean the indices and the precious metals are going to go down. It just means there's a headwind against them, right? But if we start falling, that's dollar weakness, all right? That's going to put a tailwind behind the precious metals and the indices. Remember, we got the big three, VIX, Bank, and the dollar. All right, so when we move to the euro, here's the euro falling into this pullback. Now, this might be a really juicy trade to possibly get into. All right, this next long is from November 5th to our highs up here on December 23rd of 2025. This is the next daily long setup, okay? So there's a short from high leading us down into support. All right. And we're going to watch when we get down here, see what kind of reaction we get. We've got a target of this short setup right there. Are we going to get to this target, or is this long going to hold us up? We'll see. All right. We'll see when we get down there. If this continues to fall, right, dollar strength. If we do find support here and change trend, dollar weakness. All right. So big deal here on the dollar, because everything's been hanging in there with dollar strength. So add dollar weakness to the mix, get a really nice tailwind behind everything. Okay, now the British pound, all right, has fallen back into its long. Okay, from this low on December 17th to our highs on December 23rd, that's the long setup, and we've fallen right back into it. Okay, we still have targets way up here. So on the dollar, or on the British pound, all right, there's these extension shorts that we need to get through. So we can watch these, all right? We can watch those for a break, right? Because right now it's in shorts, right? Path of least resistance is down. Okay. So we'll see if we can break these extension shorts. That would confirm this support level, and we could start buying pullbacks on the dollar, right? Or buying dollar weakness trades, because this would go from dollar strength to dollar weakness. All right. So we'll see. But if it keeps going down, just like the euro, if it keeps going down, that's just dollar strength. Okay. So remember, we got VIX, Bank, and the dollar as the big three. So right now, VIX is in shorts, Bank is in long, but we're in dollar strength trades. Okay, so we've got two of the big three pointing bullish and one of the big three pointing bearish, right? So if we get the dollar to join the party and go into dollar weakness trades, then we'll have all three pointing bullish, and we'll have a big, you know, we can get a nice rally going right out of that. All right. So there we go. See what crude oil is going to dip into this high again. See if it's going to get a bar to close down there, because that's a nice short right there. All right, if it does that, right? If we get a 1 hour bar to close red down below here, that would be nice. Okay. All right, questions? Anything you guys might have missed? You got in at 44.33 on gold? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, very nice, Kamika. You're in at 44.33. Sheesh, nice. Right in there. Very cool. Very cool. And there's your pullback. There's your hedge. There's your pullback. Right? Now you broke that short from highs. So nice. Very nice. Okay. We'll see. The only way the indices are going to lift off today, if we can get through this low. Got to get through that low. If not, we're just going to go sideways. Look, banks still trucking. Man, financials are strong. Good, crude oil starting to take off now. Why were you stop losses, right? Starting to take off. Obviously, there's a lot of geopolitical stuff going on, but we'll see. All right. So if we break these lows and start falling on the VIX, we're going to run, because we've got the financials behind us. All right. We turn around from dollar strength to dollar weakness. Then we'd have the VIX down, bank up, dollar weak, big three, go, go, go. All right. Okay. All right. What's the scoop, Snipe? I don't know what the scoop is. Now we got college football tonight, college football tomorrow night. All right. Okay. So any questions? Anything you guys might have missed? Anybody? Anybody? That was a quick one. All right. So everything's bullish, guys, right? I mean, we're not in a, you know, the path of least resistance for the indices is up. Until the VIX would break shorts, the path of least resistance for the indices is higher. Okay. All right. Okay. Everybody good? Tyler, are you back yet? He had to run out for a little bit. I don't know if he's back yet. Okay. All right. One thing, let me check something here real quick, guys, while we're killing some time. 1 second, I might be able to do something with you guys here. Hang on. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I've had an order in at a penny forever on cores right now. And I can't believe my pennies aren't gone yet. Still got premiums above us. Okay. That was what I was going to look at and show you guys if I was going to trade something. All right. Okay, what do you guys want to see? We got some time to kill here. What do you you guys want to see? See any stocks? Want to see anything? What do you, whoa! I just got a really weird mirror screen. Okay. All right. Anything you guys want to see? Can we do FTAI? Yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, did you see that too? You want to have soda cribs? You wouldn't be too impressed. Out the window is pretty nice, but you wouldn't be too impressed. I just moved back to Indiana in August, so I'm just in an apartment right now. Moved back from Virginia. All right. Oh, there's, man, that infinite mirror thing's weird. I can't get there. I can. Okay. What do you want to see? FTAI? All right, what is that? I don't know if we've looked at that. Is it FTAI or FTIA? Let's see. Man, this screen is wacky. I don't know, Tamika. FTAI. Okay. FTAI. There we go. All right. What is this thing? Aerospace and defense. All right, let's see. All right, so there's our pullback, obviously on the weekly, you can see it. All right, this is a 50% off sale, right there. There's your 50% off sale. We've gone to and through that target, so what you can watch for on the massive time frame is from these highs, right, on November 18th of 24. Highs. Right there. So there's your support on the weekly chart. Right, there's your support on the weekly chart. Zooming in, let's take a look at the series that's gotten us there. All right, there's your pullback there. Going up in a series here. There's your next one. Right there, and then that went into extension. So on the daily, there's another extension. They're almost on top of each other. Okay. Right down here, so you can draw that one too from September 23rd of this year, highs to highs. So there's your support. Right, there's your support right there. You can see we're falling back into those support levels. Yep, so those are your, you kind of got overlapping ones there. That's always cool. All right, so let's get rid of these. All right, so there you go. There's your supports right there, down around these 220-ish area. If that breaks, you're just making a larger pullback. That's a different conversation. Does this thing pay anything? 35 cents. All right. So there you go. There you go. All right. And then NU, yeah, we can look at NU, sure. Okay, that broke, obviously. All right, so there's that extension long from May 14th of 25 to our highs on December 4th. There's your pullback. So no target yet, right? No target yet. So you're going to watch these little worker bee moves inside here. So that's exactly how I would watch that one. That's just textbook uptrend, right? So you could fall back down into these 17-ish area. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on that one too. Okay. Yeah, you could fall back into this 17-ish area. Now, if that breaks, you're just falling back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, but that would be your next support level right there. It's just a worker bee move inside of that larger extension to get us up to these targets. Yeah. So right there, that looks good, right? Like just chugging right along, doing what it's supposed to be doing. Okay. You're welcome, Alex. You're welcome. All right. Any other questions, guys? Go back to our markets here real quick. Just as I look like such a jerk sitting like that, don't I? Like, look at me. Don't do that. All right. Okay. All right. So VIX still defending these lows, right? Haven't made it through. Banks just grinding higher, just continuing to grind higher. Right. Now we're in choppy chopperton here. You see this start to fall, that's going to lift us off. But until then, right, we're in a range. Right, we're in a range, but path of least resistance is up, right? Because we've got our financials grinding higher. VIX is in shorts, bank is in longs, so path of least resistance is higher. All right, here's crude oil dipping into this high again. So again, we'll watch for a 1 hour bar to close back down below here. We could actually even move this up to that new high right there. I'm definitely keeping an eye on that. Okay. All right. Tyler, you with us? All right, cool. All right, any other questions, guys, before we move on here? Remember, tomorrow we're on WAP, right? Tonight, college football, and then tomorrow, if I don't talk to you, go Hoosiers. Okay? All right, everybody good? All right, thanks, Tyler.
All right. Thanks, Harry. Appreciate it.
All right, see you guys.
All right, guys. We will be back here in just a few minutes with Jordan. He's gonna give us a little bit of an education lesson. I gotta be honest, I'm not 100% sure what topic he's gonna talk about, but he'll be back at 1 o'clock, so we'll be back on in about 10 minutes. We also have a 150K Lucid Direct account to give away. That we'll give away on stream with him. So make sure you guys stick around for that. I am still holding SPY here. We'll see. Back at the highs, but will she ever break out? No one knows. We'll find out, I guess. But all right, guys, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere. are back, ladies and gentlemen. Trade like Snipe, absolute legend. Jordan, what's up, brother? How are you, dog?
I'm doing good, man. How are you guys doing today?
Doing good, dude. Doing good. I know you caught some shorts with us this morning. For those of you that were on earlier, I am still holding SPY. Collins just hit 110 on that pop we got there. Pull, obviously down. They're at 85 with this pullback here. We'll see. We'll see if this little pullback holds and we can go any higher and get this breakout or not. But I've been holding them this long. See if they can get a little follow through. But I'm still in the SPY. What up? Say super fruits. I don't even know who 3D everything is. But yes, we are super. And Jordan's here with us this afternoon. We're gonna do a loose. Oh, B, what's up, B? B. We're gonna do the Lucid 150K direct giveaway this afternoon. Also, Jordan's gonna break down a little bit of his trading week, review some of his trades, show you guys some of his stats, go through all that good stuff. So, thanks for hanging out with us, Jordan. I know you caught the shorts this morning, but how's your week been as a whole?
It's been good, man. Another solid week. I'm kind of just the guy, just steady weeks,
Yeah.
Just being steady, taking good trades. So, just day by day, man.
I like it. Yeah, you were one and done this morning. I guess had the little RTY mix up, but then it stayed chill. It stayed still. Found another good entry right before the flush. So
yeah, I would have been 2 for 2, but yeah, it happens, man. I've been trading a lot of gold recently this week as well. So
yeah.
It's definitely been a good little alternative when I feel like NQ is kind of not giving me the setups that I want.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to try something that's a little different because a lot of times people are like, well, if NQ doesn't look good, I'll trade ES. But generally speaking, they move kind of same. So I wanted something that moved differently than NQ. So if NQ didn't have price action I didn't like, I could kind of switch over. So gold definitely has been a good complement outside of, again, trading with the ESs and the RTYs and things like that, where kind of like, generally kind of follow the cues. So it's been good, man.
Nice. Yeah. We talked when I was doing stuff for Thunder Pro on stream. We talked about that a good bit, like having like gold or one other ticker that you can kind of turn to if you're somebody who trades like the NASDAQ all the time, having sort of that one backup ticker when things aren't going well. And I know gold's been going crazy recently, gold and silver. So I know a bunch of people have been heading that way, trading on the precious metals. So I love that. That's awesome. Are some of these trades that you're going to show us, are these gold trades that you're going to go over, that you got NASDAQ trades from this week?
Yeah. It honestly doesn't matter. I'll just take a little breakdown of, so first, just so you guys can see, come back here and share. Just this week, another kind of, again, steady week, nothing crazy. So about 11 trades. So kind of just taking just what you call like high quality trades. So I'll kind of break some of these down. I guess on Monday it was more so like the Qs.
Okay.
So can you guys see TradeZella? Or can you guys see?
We see. It looks like it was your. It looked like Top Step Project X. Your. Okay, now yeah, we got TradeZella now. Yep.
Cool. So I did a little breakdown here. So I just want to make sure it was Monday at 9:45 was the first trade. So yeah, let me start off. So I'm actually in Amazon calls, and I guess I'll kind of break down what made me hop in Amazon. So let me just show my charts, and then Tyler, if you guys see any questions, just let me know, just in case I miss it. Well, let me share my screen. So shout out to like a lot of people, but definitely I give a shout out. I said this before, but Jay Garici, definitely probably like one of the best mentors. And then I kind of pull from quite a few people, but Jake for sure, Zach and Ian Mays. So Zach's part.
Yeah.
So pull a little bit from him, and then everything else kind of just learn like over time. So if I'm breaking down kind of Amazon, I've kind of been in Amazon since 234. So up about, 13, $14. So pretty much just a really solid trade. And how I like to break down just what I'm looking at, it kind of starts from like a lot of a macro. So my strategy is pretty much interchangeable. It just depends on, are you day trading or swing trading?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if I'm breaking down Amazon kind of briefly, like this is kind of like what I'm seeing. So I'll start off on like the daily chart. So like, one of the kind of things I want to kind of figure out is, what trend are we looking to be in? And so for me, right, if you're looking at, Amazon on the 6th of January, for me, it's like we're in an uptrend. And like why I know we're in an uptrend is like I mark off these highs, these pivots, and it's kind of just like how I have like what we call like a daily bias. So as long as we kind of hold and close above a pretty stays high, pretty stays low, kind of lets me know in terms of like the bigger picture, like what trend would I be looking to focus on. So for this example on Amazon, we're holding above the 234.05, right, which was Monday's high. So I kind of came into that saying, okay, cool. The daily looks really good, right? On top of that, right, you kind of see like in terms of the EMAs, in terms of structure, like the EMAs are kind of like fanning out, and that's what you kind of learn from Zach. So if you guys want to learn about EMAs, want to learn how to trade that strategy, like definitely join StockDads. Definitely tune in to Zach. But what you'll kind of see is just like EMA 9, I do 9 and 21. Those are kind of stacked. So just give me a little bit more of a bullish confluence. So then I just drop down to like the 4 hour. And I kind of want to see the same thing. And so the 4 hour would give me the same exact kind of picture. So from there, only thing I'm kind of looking at was like an entry. And so what you'll hear Zach talk about is like EMA sequence. So like if on the hourly chart, let's just hypothetically speaking, we touch the 9 EMA on like a 15-minute, right, you would have touched the 21.
Okay.
So you drop down to a 15-minute, and that's when you kind of see like the risk to reward gets a little bit better. And so like when I'm taking this trade here, I'm entering on that 15-minute time frame, starting from a daily, going down to a 4 hour, then looking at the 1 hour, and then entering a 15-minute. And again, this tag here on Amazon, that 21, right, ends up being that hourly 9. Okay. So we're looking at this, hourly is bullish, 4 hours bullish, daily is bullish. So now I'm pretty feeling confident to take that trade. And so what you kind of learn from Jake, right, is just like your risk to reward. So I'm entering as soon as we kind of close above this level. So my entry was right around here. And so now my stop is right where the trade gets invalid. So kind of how I like to trade essentially is like my reason to enter will be my reason to exit, if that makes sense. Because if I get stopped out, 2 things happen. One, right, if Amazon pulled back to my stop, if we end up blowing beneath this stop loss in this EMA right here at 232, that would have meant that my trade idea is invalid, right? I was just wrong. But we'll also have, sometimes we might pull back, I might get stopped out, but then we might put another higher low and then go back up. So in that case, if that happens, I'm just now able to re-enter. So that's why I kind of like doing that, because I know for a lot of times with traders, you'll enter a trade, you'll get stopped out, and then sometimes you don't know the criteria to like re-enter, right? Or wait. Where for me, the reason why I enter will be the reason why I exit. So if I was to get stopped out here, I can just get right back into the same trade, right? And then kind of look to play out the odds. So from there, I was risking about $2.64 to potentially get this target right here at 242.30. And so I enter, right? My stop is at 232. And I kind of just go back to a bigger time frame and manage it, which in this example is just an hourly. And then kind of like as soon as that day on Tuesday, we had a pretty aggressive rally and I was just trailing it, right? And so for each 1 hour that I was getting, I was just moving it up. And we were just looking pretty much good. And then we kind of like got to target. So when I got to target right here, what I do now is I just take some risk off. So I set a trim here. Because it's a swing trade, what I don't like doing is closing out fully here. Because with these bigger time frames, you normally can get bigger moves. So what I did is I set my stops to break even. So I'll trail my stops at just where I entered at when I got filled at, which is right here around 235. To my trail stop, or it's honestly essentially just be my BE point, right? We'll be at 235, and I take a trim here, and I kind of just let the rest run. And so then I'm just looking to just trail as we kind of move in R. So right now, I'm at about a 3.91 R. So what I want to see is, okay, cool. If I pull back to a 2R, where would that leave me at? And so I just kind of just drag it down and I'll see, okay, cool. At a 2R for my entry, will be right here. So I know my trail stop of this trade will be in profit right here at 240. And then I kind of just let the bad boys do his thing, you know? So you kind of can see like, okay, we run, all right? And then you see kind of coming, and then boom, right? So it's just like the education part of it. So at this point, I get stopped out, right? Does everyone see that?
Mm-hmm. That's an annoying place to get stopped.
What'd you say?
I said that's an annoying place to get stopped, just to see
it's
it.
It's an annoying place to get stopped, but again, my reason is the same, right? It's the same way, right? So my reason to exit, well, my reason to enter is the reason why I will exit. So what do we do, right? We tagged that same EMA. So what do? I just go right down to a 15-minute. This is literally what I did. And what did I do? I re-entered again.
Okay, I got you.
The same reason why I entered right here on January 6th at 9:30. The same reason why I'm going to enter again right here on Wednesday at 9:30 as well. Why? Because if we tag that hourly 9, if you drop down to that 15, you're tagging the hourly 21. Okay. So then I'm looking for the same thing, right? Do we close above and hold that level? Which we did. So I enter. Stops right here. Right? So delete trail stop. And now let's get right back in kind of the same trade. And I'm kind of able to just kind of rinse and repeat a little bit. And so I got back in, went back to the hourly, and I'm still holding, you know, and what you'll see is, you know, you hit that target.
Yeah.
Pull back a little bit, and I took some runners off, and then now we're kind of the same thing. So like that's kind of how I look to manage. And then I got right back in Amazon. So I've been literally rinsing and repeating Amazon since the 6th, and you'll see this again right here. And I know people are like, oh my God, like he's making it sound so simple. Not every like this Amazon just Dave just like kind of respecting these like very well. So like when I have those opportunities, I kind of just rinse and repeat. Came back to the hourly 9, went back to the 15-minute, and I'm looking for the same thing, right? We gapped up, you know, and so I then re-entered and then have my stop at the same place. So that is kind of how I like to kind of like trade, you know, and then I kind of put my stops. So like in these points, right, one thing you kind of notice like over time is like when you're kind of seeing this curl, like this is not like as straightforward as like the EMA is being fanned out. This curl is kind of aggressive entry because this could put in a lower high and come back down. So the safest entry is you could wait, but in these situations, just because it's stopped is a little bit tighter, I'm okay with like risking that, right? Trying to see if I can at least get a 1R for it. But at this point, I kind of like jumped the gun on the injury right here as soon as we broke that candle high, right here, and I kind of had a tight stop, just seeing if we would kind of just be able to move, and then again, just rinse and repeat. So I've taken the same trade 3 times, and then you know the rest is kind of history as you guys kind of see it.
Yeah.
And here, you know, kind of just moving on Amazon, and then I'm gonna trail the same way, right? So that's kind of how I like to swing trade. And then kind of just looking at like the day trades today, like taking a couple of trades. We'll kind of break down NQ briefly.
Yeah, that's NQ pissing me off.
I know, right?
Yeah, with the SPY just failed the breakout here, back down to its opening print.
So this is kind of what you see. So you always want to kind of have like a daily bias. So if I'm looking at the Qs, for me, my daily bias is simply just Aussie based on the daily time frame. So like at this point in time, I'm saying, okay, today's Thursday. What happened on Wednesday? Wednesday, we kind of have this doji candle right here, right? We kind of had a failure to go higher on Wednesday. We kind of broke to this high, but we failed to close above it. So like I know you know, kind of just from Jake, but in theory, right, when something's supposed to happen, usually the move to the opposite side is stronger.
Dude, that's funny you said that. I was literally talking about that this afternoon.
For real?
Oh yeah, let me. You know what? Sorry, I just read. I was literally talking about the exact same thing. When the market tries to do something and fails, typically it'll try to do the other thing. I said that exact sentence earlier today. That's funny.
Same mentors.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. There you go.
When
Snipe,
I
I'm gonna
see-
get you that link. Hold on.
Go ahead, man. Take
No,
it.
you're good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I just gotta find something. Go ahead.
So when you see things like this happen, like one of the best things I tell you guys is like inverted hammers and hammer candles are like really good, strong, higher time frame confluences to then get a really good move intraday. So like for this example, we got that inverted hammer, if you want to call it, but essentially we got this FTGH, right? This failure to go higher. And so when at this high, when buyers met sellers and sellers stepped in at 999 and reversed it all the way back down, that lets you know that's pretty bearish. So what I was looking to see is like, okay, cool. Can bears today, right, kind of hold beneath that candle's low? Because if as long as we're beneath that candle's low on the daily, we should be intraday with the downside. So that's what I was looking at, right? So then I've dropped down to the hourly. And so what you'll see is having daily bias is kind of really good, and you kind of can just follow your plan. So this is, of course, 9 o'clock's candle. And so we're breaking these levels. So now I'm kind of looking to see like, okay, well, where can we go in terms of a target? So I had some targets right here at 615. And then if we bled, I had some more downside targets right around here at 5-7. So now, does everyone kind of understand like my bias for the day is now short? If we kind of got back above that 735, my intraday bias could have switched to being bullish, right? Because that would have meant now on the higher time frame that the bears were able to defend price, right? Or hold price. And then from there, I dropped down to the 15-minute. And so what you'll see here on the 15-minute, just like I want to see where 70% of the most volume is traded. All right. Now, this is just like a thing that I learned from a guy named Chef, but you really want to kind of just figure out in the midst of buyers and sellers, where is the most participation? So essentially, I just draw a profile and I simply just want to see, okay, from the most recent swing high to the current low, where is the most volume? And so what you'll see is, might be a little advanced, but we got a POC shift. And POC just stands for point of control. And so simply, right, we have a value area high right around here at 810. We have that point of control right here around 798. And then we had that value area low. So for my shorts to have the highest confluence, right, I want to see it have a POC shift and kind of break beneath that value area low. Because at value area lows right here, two things can happen. That area can act as support and buyers can step in and we get a bounce. Why? Due to that's where 70% of the most volume is traded, or sellers can flush it and bring it down, and that's how you know you have a very strong probable entry. So all these time frames look bearish. Only thing I have to do is just wait for an entry. And so only thing I kind of had to do was use good old levels. So what happened is we got that POC shift at 931 right here. And what you'll see is we put in another failure to go higher. So that first trade that I called out on live when I accidentally took RTY or N2K was this reason, right? We opened at 785, we pushed higher to 802, but at this point right here at 802, what do you realize, right? We put in a failure to go higher. We were once very bullish, and sellers came in, and then simultaneously we kind of rejected here that point of control. So now we know the daily's bearish, is looking bearish, the hourly's bearish, the 15 minutes bearish. Now I'm just looking to enter. So what I'm telling myself is as long as we kind of break below 735, that looks like a good entry, for me to take. So now I got to just wait. We're coming here, and I'm just waiting to see, can we get a candle close beneath this level? waiting, we're waiting, right? And then boom, right? So we got a candle close beneath that level. So then good old Jake, right? Taking that sell setup right here, right? We break that candle's low, putting a stop here. And then now, in terms of like a risk reward, I'm risking about 37 points to then potentially target 100 points. All right. So that was a good risk reward. And let's just say if I was wrong, let's just say if I got stopped out on that trade, where if price came back to this EMA, I could re-enter based on the same criteria that I used to enter. And so I was go to a higher time frame. And then the rest of kind of history is we kind of like dropped, pretty aggressively. That's kind of how I trade, right? And we kind of just made a very aggressive move down. I didn't, of course, catch this whole move. I kind of like when we were trading live, I was like chilling. We got some pops, and then we got that aggressive move. And then you kind of see how price pretty much stayed where we are, and then we kind of bounced those levels. And yeah, so that's a little bit of a breakdown. You kind of see how we react off these hourly levels. We're bouncing pretty hard. And we kind of like stalled a little bit, right? Kind of stalled, bouncing, a couple of times here. And then we kind of finally got back beneath, right, that level. And you kind of can see how that's what price did, bounce at the level again at 570. And we kind of just kind of going back and forth. And you're kind of seeing as price is moving, 70% of the value is also moving with it. So now we're going to shift of where value area low is as well. So you're kind of saying, okay, cool, buyers are stepping in at 570 and at value area lows. So if you're a reversal trader and you see this, right, you can now look to potentially take a little bit of a riskier long based off you're seeing a reaction from these lows. But yeah, so that was kind of it. And then like that's how I pretty much has been trading this whole entire week. I'm just looking for those type of setups, simple setups, daily bias, hourly levels, and then looking to enter on smaller time frames, seeing kind of what's going on. So hopefully that kind of
nice, man. Yeah, no, good stuff. That was great. I appreciate you coming on and going over those trades with us. We do have, I did put the wheel together here, chat. So if you do not see your name on the wheel, make sure you drop your name in the chat so we can get it added. This list comes from the top fans in the chat. That's all I can add to it. So if you don't see it, your name, get it added. Because if you haven't mentioned anything on the chat, you might not be on the list. Snipe, you're on there, right? Yeah, you're on there. Snipe's on there. Oh, Wilf, you're on here too, right? That's you, Wilf Helm, right here. Yeah. Oops. Spy let me down.
It did?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to. It looked like they wanted the breakout, but we failed, and still just consolidating. Looks like it's going to be a chop soy type of day.
Yeah. We kind of had some drastic moves. I mean, we kind of just been, again, that level right here at 570, kind of just bounced from the low. So.
Let's see. I'm seeing some new names. I'm going to get you guys added. Oops. What are you doing? What? What we should do, we should start gambling on the wheel and make it extra fun.
Make an action plan?
Yeah, dude. That'd be sick. That'd be dope.
Yeah. So
everybody puts a buck on the winner.
You're seeing here too. Gold has been definitely nice thing to trade recently.
Gold?
Yeah, man, it's been good. I've been looking at some swing. Trying to see if we have any more good setups coming up.
Did you see, you mentioned Jake earlier. Did you, he's a Puerto Rico man now?
Oh, man. Yeah, man.
Damn,
You have hairstyle in Puerto Rico, too. So a lot of people are moving. I mean, still the United States.
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm jealous for sure, yeah.
There's a reason why.
Oh yeah, that
Back-
little tax burden there.
I'm not mad at it though.
You know, Jake's a lot of things, but one thing he's not is bad at math. You know.
That is true. So like today, right? You guys going through some swings today. Like Caterpillar is looking good for a potential next leg up to the upside. So like, for example, I'm kind of breaking this down the same way. I'm like looking at this weekly chart. I'm like, all right, weekly's in the uptrend, looking pretty stacked here. Daily, right? We kind of pulled back yesterday on Wednesday. We came right to support. In theory, right? We kind of got that same third go lower. You can't. It's like not as clear as a hammer, but what we did was we broke Wednesday's low after Wednesday. Got a confirmation close below to this low, but buyer stepped in from the low at 594 and brought it up to 605. So circling this and seeing the same type of setup right here is okay, cool. Now I can like see my defined risk. So I'll drop down to a 4 hour and say, okay, cool. We've now pulled back to the 4 hour and we're kind of holding. So now only thing I'm looking at is if this 4 hour candle, right, I'll see it's on a 4 hour time frame. So by 3:55, which I'm gonna set an alert for, and we're staying above, you know, this area, this candle's high. Oops, sorry. This candle's high right here at 605.92, right? That could be a justifiable long. So I'm just gonna kind of see, well, what levels do we have? Well, my first level that I'll be looking at will be right here at 623. Right, that'll be my first target, and then above that will come potentially target number 2 right here at 625. So this is a trade that I will be looking to take at 355 if we're above 605.92, right? And then just looking at my risk, you know, it's not a bad RR right here. It's not an A plus RR, but you know, I say anything above 1.5, you know, B plus.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
B plus risk.
I am definitely a big R multiple believer, but I do think when it comes to prop firm life, that sometimes just taking your base hits on the props is the move.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm gonna get the wheel back up here. I think I've added everybody that I've seen. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Top Yoinkers Discord chat, just getting some stream time. Let's go, baby. Top Yoinkers in the house, baby. What's up, Alex? All right, so I think I got everybody's name on there that I've seen. Okay, Perp 4K. Yeah. Light it up, dog. Yoinks. Yee. What up, everybody? Got you on there. I got you on there, Perp. I got you on there. Just added you. Anybody else see themselves as missing? Also, you gotta be here. So if they don't, we're gonna spin here. We're gonna spin now. Also, if everybody could do me a favor, everybody load up spy calls for a little afternoon pant fest. I could use the liquidity. So let's do your boy a favor. Come on, Kim. Get that money in some spy afternoon calls, all right? Or the Q's, because we could get a little sympathy rally here. The Q's been holding us down. Let's go, everybody, as a team, let's go. All right, guys, we're gonna spin the wheel. We're gonna spin the wheel here. This is for a 150K Lucid straight to funded account. So awesome giveaway here. This is a big boy. This is sweet. Always remember, you guys can use code StockDads. Snipe, I know what kind of buying power you're buying with. You got enough sim accounts on those prop firms. Your sim funds can move the market. All right, we're gonna spin here. I'm gonna quit yapping. We're gonna spin. Here we go. Code StockDads, Lucid funding. Always will get you the best discounts. Here we go. Let's see. Art 6471. Do that. Art 6471. Step right up, Art. We need you to claim it. Don't bail on us yet, chat. Don't bail on us yet. Art has to make sure he's here. Snipe next. We'll give him. Let's see. Let's give me a countdown here. We'll give him 1 minute because it just turned 31. 32. We spin. Art 4-7. You have 1 minute to claim. Once the clock hits 1:32, we're spinning it again, baby. Man, my voice has been off. I'm a little. It's not working good. All right, Kim, that's what I like to hear. All right, here we go. We got Art's got 20 seconds. The clock is ticking. In addition to smashing the like, smash the buy orders. All right, it's officially 32. We're spinning again. Sorry, Art. You missed out, buddy. Oh, let's go, Joe. Let's go, baby. I know Joe's here. Let's go. Come on, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, baby. You did now, baby. Let's go. That's sick. Congrats, baby. Yeah, Snipe did call that. Snipe did call that. Oh, man. Snipe, legendary call right there. Congrats, Joe. I will get you added to the giveaway sheet, and Callan will reach out to you. I know you're probably still in a Discord somewhere with Callan. You can probably open a ticket, but I'll get your info in there. But congrats, brother. Congrats. Happy to see you win it. Glad you guys hopped on to tune in. We are off for the rest of the week. Stock Dads TV will resume on Monday, 8:15 a.m. So make sure you guys are there. Enjoy the rest of your trading week. Make sure you trade safe. Don't do anything dumb on a Friday to ruin your weekend.
Absolutely.
We'll be back on Monday. Everybody have a good weekend. Thank you guys for tuning in all week. It's been a good... Wait, say Wednesday or say Thursday?
It's Thursday.
Oh, geez, I'm confused. For a second, I was like, wait, is today Wednesday? Okay, today is Thursday, so we are done. We're wrapped for the week. We'll see you guys next week. Stay safe this weekend. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Jordan, thanks for coming on. And
stay tuned for Caterpillar calls, you guys. Like I said, if this was live, we get a close above this. I will be taking long, and it will work out. So we'll see how it goes. But you heard it first.
You said Caterpillar?
Caterpillar.
All right, baby. All right, we'll be keeping an eye on it. We'll talk about it next week for sure. All right, gang. Peace out. We love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being part of the Stock Dads TV family.